Chapter 1. The Porous Anchor, Geology and Antiquity. History is rarely forged in the comfortable, well-watered centers of great empires. More often, the destiny of a civilization is dictated by the harsh, unyielding realities of geography, where human ambition collides with the physical limits of the earth. To understand the origins of global maritime trade, one must look away from the grand palaces of antiquity and focus instead on a solitary 22-square-kilometer speck of rock in the Persian Gulf. Kharg Island is not merely a landmass to be mapped or conquered. It is a profound geological anomaly that preordained the paths of ancient globalization, serving as the inescapable fulcrum for empires spanning millennia. Long before merchants began converging on its shores, the very foundations of the island were being forged in the deep, tectonic crucibles of the planet. Here, geology is destiny. The global ambitions of Babylonian kings and Persian emperors relied entirely on the microscopic fractures hidden within a tertiary limestone cap. The Persian Gulf itself is a remarkably shallow and hypersaline body of water, historically hostile to continuous human habitation. The sun beats down upon the waters with an unforgiving intensity, accelerating evaporation and leaving behind a brine that poisons the unwary sailor. In this brutal maritime theater, terrestrial life requires a sanctuary in order to endure. Kharg Island emerged to provide this sanctuary through a spectacular, violent process of terrestrial uplifting. The island sits roughly 25 kilometers off the Iranian mainland, a strategic distance that isolated it from mainland conflicts while keeping it accessible to early navigators. To comprehend how this vital island came to exist, we must plunge millions of years into the past, deep into the Cambrian period. This was an era long before human hands ever touched a tiller or carved a stone. The Salt Dome Anomaly, Geology as Destiny. During the late Neoproterozoic and early Cambrian eras, a vast, shallow sea covered much of what is now the Middle East. As this ancient sea periodically dried and refilled, it left behind immense, thick layers of evaporite minerals, primarily massive deposits of salt. These deeply buried deposits are known to geologists as the Hormuz Formation, a vast subterranean reservoir of ancient salt trapped under millions of years of subsequent sedimentary rock. Under immense geological pressure and heat, salt ceases to behave like a brittle mineral and instead acts as a viscous, slow-moving fluid. As the Arabian tectonic plate began its relentless, grinding collision with the Eurasian plate, the resulting compression violently buckled the Earth's crust. This massive tectonic collision formed the Zagros Mountains, a sprawling landscape of linear ridges and folded sedimentary valleys extending for hundreds of kilometers across southwestern Iran. The immense weight and horizontal pressure of this continental collision squeezed the ancient Cambrian salt deposits beneath the seabed of the Persian Gulf. Finding no horizontal escape, the viscous salt sought the path of least resistance, straight up. This dramatic geological process is known as salt dome diapirism, a subterranean pillar of salt pushing up the earth. The buoyant, plastic salt of the Hormuz Formation began violently uplifting, punching its way through heavier, younger layers of Mesozoic and Cenozoic sedimentary rock. As the massive salt pillar rose toward the floor of the Persian Gulf, it pushed a thick cap of tertiary limestone ahead of it. The earth was uplifting the limestone, dragging it out of the suffocating depths of the ocean, and thrusting it into the blinding sunlight of the Gulf. The physical creation of Kharg Island is therefore a story of subterranean violence and breathtaking geological triumph. The island we see today is the exposed, eroded cap of this massive salt dome, a rocky limestone and coral outcrop thrust upward by deep tectonic forces. During this aggressive ascent, the stone was fracturing under the immense pressure, creating a vast, invisible network of microscopic cracks and fissures throughout the limestone. This violent fracturing was not a destructive event, but rather the foundational, physical dataset that made all subsequent human survival possible. The island's rugged, broken topography was perfectly engineered by nature to interact with the harsh, arid climate of the Persian Gulf region. Kharg Island's limestone cap is highly porous, meaning it possesses an exceptionally high ratio of empty space within its mineral structure. This specific geological quirk transforms the small, 22-square-kilometer rock into a colossal, natural reservoir. In hydrology, this phenomenon is often explained through a highly accurate physical analogy. The porous limestone acts as a sponge, soaking up water during rare rainfall and releasing it slowly over time. When the fierce, torrential winter rains sweep across the Persian Gulf, the precious water does not simply wash off the island's surface into the salty sea. Instead, the porous rock is actively trapping the rare rainfall, pulling the fresh water deep into the subterranean fractures of the limestone. Shielded from the punishing evaporation of the surface sun, this trapped water forms what hydrologists call a freshwater lens. A freshwater lens is a convex, floating layer of fresh groundwater that sits directly above the denser, heavier saltwater infiltrating the island's base. Because fresh water is less dense than the hypersaline water of the Persian Gulf, it literally floats within the rock, preventing the toxic marine brine from rising to the surface. The island's survival as a life-giving oasis is dictated by a fragile mathematical balance between precipitation, downward percolation, and natural evapotranspiration. The precise hydrological mechanics of the island's freshwater lens, compared to the surrounding Gulf, can be explicitly broken down by several comparative differences. Salinity and density boundaries. The Persian Gulf possesses one of the highest marine salinity levels on Earth, creating a dense brine that constantly forces itself into the lower strata of the island's bedrock. The trapped freshwater is lighter, creating a sharp subterranean boundary layer known as the halocline, which prevents mixing and keeps the drinking water pure. Recharge mechanics. While the surrounding ocean loses massive water volume to intense solar evaporation, the island's internal lens is recharged by brief, heavy seasonal rains. This precipitation bypasses surface evaporation by quickly sinking into the protective, fractured limestone sponge. Hydraulic head pressure. The accumulated weight and volume of the freshwater within the island pushes outward and downward, creating a positive hydraulic head. This outward pressure actively repels the encroaching saltwater from the surrounding Gulf, maintaining the integrity of the oasis. Subsurface retention. Unlike the mainland deserts where water pools on hardpack soil and immediately evaporates into the arid air, Kharg's porous coral and limestone act as a subterranean vault. This vault physically shields the water table from the region's extreme thermal dynamics. This natural, subterranean vault created an oasis in the middle of a maritime desert. The availability of fresh, drinkable water transformed Kharg from a barren, geological curiosity into an unavoidable survival node for any biological entity. In addition to its obvious strategic and commercial importance for later humans, this freshwater lens supported fragile native biological populations. The island's unique geology allowed it to sustain resilient native flora and even roaming herds of gazelles, entirely isolated from the mainland. For early humans standing on the mainland shores, gazing out at the forbidding, glittering waters of the Gulf, this island represented the only reliable chance for survival on the open sea. The porous anchor had been cast by deep geological time. The stage was irrevocably set for the arrival of the first mariners. Without this specific sequence of tectonic uplifting, fracturing, and hydrological trapping, the island would have remained a dead rock. Instead, it became the beating heart of ancient global interconnectivity. The Elamite footprint, the cradle of navigation. Human history is fundamentally a narrative of movement, driven by the desperate, continuous need to acquire resources that the immediate environment cannot provide. By the dawn of the Bronze Age, the great urban centers of Mesopotamia, such as Sumer, Akkad, and later Babylon, were growing at an exponential rate. These early empires were rich in mud, grain, and human ambition, but they were critically starved of essential raw materials like timber, copper, diorite, and precious stones. To fuel their massive architectural and military expansion, they had to look eastward, toward the legendary Indus Valley civilization and the resource-rich mountains of Oman. This insatiable demand birthed the earliest maritime trade routes, but navigating the coastal waters of the Persian Gulf was a perilous, often lethal endeavor. Early Bronze Age and Iron Age sailors utilized primitive, fragile vessels constructed from bundled reeds and lashed timber, heavily sealed with natural bitumen. These early ships were entirely at the mercy of the treacherous coastal currents and the unpredictable, prevailing winds of the Gulf. More critically, the sailors were absolutely bound by the unforgiving limits of human biological endurance. The hypersaline waters of the Gulf offered no sustenance, and the oppressive, inescapable heat rapidly depleted the human body of moisture. To travel from the Indus Valley to the hungry markets of Mesopotamia, merchants were forced to establish a network of survival waypoints along the barren coasts. The legendary trading hub of Dilmun, often associated with modern-day Bahrain, served as a primary southern node for this transoceanic network. However, for the grueling northern stretches of the journey, vessels had to closely hug the Iranian coastline, where deepwater ports were scarce and fresh water was a rarity. Kharg Island was situated perfectly along this maritime highway, waiting like a geographic savior. Early sailors were navigating these treacherous waters with a profound, desperate reliance on visible coastal landmarks and accessible freshwater. Kharg, with its deep surrounding waters allowing heavily laden ships to approach closely, and its miraculous freshwater lens, was not merely a convenient stop. It was an absolute, non-negotiable necessity for survival. The island became the ultimate, unavoidable survival node for early Mesopotamian, Elamite, and broader Persian Gulf trade networks. Without the precious water trapped in the island's porous limestone sponge, the sheer distances involved in these early maritime journeys would have resulted in mass starvation and dehydration. The earliest human utilization of the island is deeply intertwined with the rise of the Elamite civilization, a powerful, ancient culture rooted in the rugged highlands of southwestern Iran. The Elamites were undisputed masters of the Zagros Mountains and the adjoining Susiana Plains, and their geopolitical influence eventually bled heavily into the maritime sphere of the Gulf. Archaeological evidence suggests a strong, sustained Bronze Age and Iron Age presence on the islands of the Persian Gulf, perfectly tracking the aggressive expansion of Elamite maritime power. The sailors and merchants who anchored off Kharg Island left behind fleeting, fragmentary traces of their passing, utilizing the island's resources to sustain their voyages. However, it was the later, sprawling Achaemenid Empire that left a permanent, carved testament to the island's vital hydrological resources. In late 2007, a startling archaeological discovery forever altered our understanding of the island's antiquity and its integration into mainland empires. During the routine construction of a new road across the island's rugged interior, engineers unearthed a heavily weathered, carved coral stone block. The block measured roughly 1 meter in both height and width, bearing the undeniable, rigid marks of ancient human tooling. Archaeologists, including Professor Sarfaraz and Rasul Bashash of the Iranian Linguistics, Inscriptions, and Texts Research Center, immediately descended upon the remote site. What they found was a staggering physical dataset proving the ancient, deliberate manipulation of the island's water table. The rock was inscribed with a text dating to the Achaemenid period, roughly 400 BC, providing a tangible, undeniable link between the earth and the empires that sought to control it. The primary tool for unlocking this deep history is epigraphy, the study of ancient carved writing. The inscription was beautifully rendered in Old Persian semisyllabic signs, a monumental imperial script typically reserved for the grand palaces of Persepolis and Susa. To decipher the weathered text, linguists had to cross-reference the signs with Elamite cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script of early Iran. Cuneiform is a complex system of writing where a reed stylus is pressed into wet clay, or in this monumental case, a heavy chisel is driven directly into coral rock, leaving distinct, triangular wedges. The Kharg inscription was highly unusual in its execution. It was awkwardly engraved across 5 distinct lines. The text featured a bizarre, 3-angled crown-shaped symbol at the beginning of the 3rd line, and a deeply scratched, curved line separating the final stanzas. Despite the irregular, somewhat clumsy formatting, the cuneiform signs themselves were correctly and legibly executed. This allowed Bashash and his dedicated team of linguists to carefully translate the ancient message across the millennia. The 5 lines of text read, with haunting simplicity, "The not irrigated land was happy with my bringing out of water." The specific linguistic breakdown of this translation provides a profound, intimate window into the pragmatic Achaemenid mindset. Line 1 and 2 feature the root word for to be or to become, alongside the term SNA. This word is derived from the Achaemenid Elamite Sa'ana, which translates precisely to not irrigated land, a perfect description of the island's arid surface. Line 3 contains the vital, active word vazahami, a complex noun with an enclitic first-person possessive pronoun meaning, my offer, or my flow. This word derives directly from the active Persian verb for bringing out, offering, or flowing. Finally, lines 4 and 5 conclude with the word zan, a nominative and accusative plural noun directly translating to wells or quells. This inscription is not a boast of bloody military conquest, nor is it an esoteric prayer to distant, silent gods. It is a supremely pragmatic, earthbound declaration of masterful hydraulic engineering. The author of the text, likely an Achaemenid governor, a prince, or a wealthy merchant, is laying permanent claim to the successful tapping of the island's hidden freshwater lens. By sinking deep wells and potentially constructing ancient subterranean aqueducts known as qanats, these early colonizers successfully accessed the deep, porous sponge of the limestone. The not irrigated land became happy because humanity had finally mastered the island's complex geology. The Iranian dialect of these early Persian settlers likely formed the ancestral, linguistic roots of the local Khargi language, suggesting a continuous, unbroken chain of habitation from antiquity to the modern era. Tragically, just a year after its miraculous discovery, the precious inscription was severely vandalized by unknown actors, destroying over 70% of the ancient text. Yet, the surviving photographic and linguistic data confirms a massive historical shift in the region. By the late Iron Age, Kharg Island was no longer just a desperate, temporary stopping point for thirsty, dying sailors. It had been fully colonized, engineered, and integrated into the vast, interconnected economic machinery of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. Humanity was surviving, and indeed thriving, by mastering the hydrology of the rock. The porous anchor was firmly holding the ancient maritime world together, allowing the tendrils of early globalization to stretch from the Indus to the Euphrates. Tombs in the coral, the neutral necropolis. As ancient maritime trade networks expanded in both complexity and sheer volume during the Parthian and Sassanid eras, Kharg Island evolved dramatically. It ceased to be a mere watering hole or a simple imperial outpost, transforming into one of the most vital, cosmopolitan hubs of antiquity. To facilitate the massive, highly lucrative exchange of goods between India, Rome, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, the merchants of the ancient world required safe, reliable harbors. More importantly, in an era defined by brutal warfare, they required a sacred, neutral meeting ground. The massive empires of the mainland were frequently at war, locked in endless, exhausting cycles of territorial expansion and dynastic collapse. Amidst this geopolitical chaos, the isolated island served as an untouchable sanctuary. Diverse cultures were converging on this remote rock because the pragmatic, brutal realities of global commerce demanded a space where deadly rivalries could be temporarily suspended. This profound historical phenomenon is permanently etched into the island's very topography. Grounding this ancient history in breathtaking physical reality are the elaborate, highly decorated rock-cut tombs carved directly into the island's coral and limestone cliffs. These silent, imposing monuments stand as the ultimate physical dataset, proving the island's role as the first great cross-cultural anchor of antiquity. The practice of carving elaborate tombs into living rock has a long, distinguished pedigree in the Near East, dating back to the Urartu, Phrygian, and Median cultures of eastern Anatolia. However, the specific architectural language utilized on Kharg Island speaks to a very distinct, highly mobile group of ancient globalists. The cliffs of Kharg are dominated by Pomeran architecture, the grand, unmistakable funerary art of Syrian desert merchants. Palmyra, a famously wealthy ancient caravan city situated deep in the Syrian desert, was the beating heart of overland global trade. Its merchants were notoriously pragmatic, culturally adaptable, and highly mobile, establishing lucrative trade colonies from the shores of the Mediterranean to the deep waters of the Persian Gulf. In 131 CE, a Greek Pomeran bilingual inscription recorded that a Pomeran merchant named Yarhai actually served as a satrap, or governor, of the inhabitants of Bahrain for the king of Cherasene. This epigraphic evidence definitively proves that Pomeran elites were deeply entrenched in the Gulf's maritime operations, and their cultural presence on Kharg Island was absolute. The most spectacular, undeniable evidence of their long tenure is the breathtaking structure known as the Southern Tomb. Wealthy merchants and local rulers were carving their eternal legacies into the cliff face with an astonishing level of artisanal skill, transforming the coarse, fractured limestone into a grand funerary complex. The Southern Tomb is a true architectural marvel, reaching a staggering depth of 13 meters into the solid, living rock from its sunlit entrance to the dark back wall. The magnificent facade features elegant, double-arched entries and intricately carved columns that give way to a somber, shadowed vestibule. Inside the cavernous main chamber, the limestone walls are entirely honeycombed with 20 specific burial niches, known to archaeologists as loculi. The elaborate reliefs carved inside the Southern Tomb provide a vivid, permanent record of the intense cultural synthesis occurring on the island. The ornamentation exhibits exceptional, mainland craftsmanship, perfectly mirroring the high art of the distant Levant. The specific architectural and artistic features found within this monumental tomb can be categorized by their immense symbolic weight. The funerary banquet, a highly prominent, deeply carved bas-relief on the entrance wall, depicts a reclining male figure casually holding a drinking cup in his left hand. This funerary banquet motif is a direct, undeniable cultural import from the elaborate crypts of Palmyra and Dura Europos, symbolizing the eternal feast of the afterlife and the earthly wealth of the deceased. The wingless Nike, adorning the right side of the grand entrance to the main loculus, is a stunning relief of Nike, the Greco-Roman goddess of victory, triumphantly mounted on a globe. Notably, this is a relatively rare, wingless depiction of the goddess, a highly stylized artistic choice that highlights the seamless blending of Hellenistic mythology with Eastern Parthian artistic traditions. Cherasenian royalty. Modern historical scholarship heavily suggests that rather than a simple, wealthy merchant, this grand tomb may have been the final resting place of Mithridates. Mithridates was a powerful Parthian prince and ruler of the Cherasene kingdom during the 2nd century AD, definitively proving the island's elite recognized geopolitical status in the ancient world. Just a short, rocky distance away lies the Eastern Tomb, slightly shallower at a depth of 9.9 meters, yet equally profound in its staggering historical implications. Like its grand southern counterpart, it features soaring arches, carved columns, and a main chamber boasting 20 loculi. However, the specific motifs carved into the eastern tomb are of a noticeably lower, more irregular artistic quality. This visual discrepancy suggests either a much later historical addition or ownership by a merchant class of slightly lower social standing. What makes the Eastern tomb truly extraordinary, however, is a deeply incised, unmistakable piece of graffiti found hidden within its walls: a menorah. The presence of the menorah, a defining, ancient symbol of the Jewish faith, explicitly connects the tomb to early Jewish merchants operating deep in the Persian Gulf. Historical records firmly indicate that a prominent merchant named Ananias, who was highly active in the Cherasene capital of Spasinu-Charax, played a major, documented role in spreading Judaism throughout the broader region. The Eastern tomb is strongly linked by scholars to his lasting legacy, bearing striking, undeniable architectural similarities to Jason's tomb in Jerusalem, complete with intricate rosette motifs and carved boats. The staggering fact that Jewish merchants, Pomeran traders, and Parthian royalty were buried side by side in the same limestone cliffs confirms Kharg's absolute status as a neutral necropolis. Beyond these two monumental structures, the island's sun-baked surface is scarred by an additional 83 documented rock-cut tombs. The sheer, overwhelming volume of these burials indicates a massive, sustained population of global transients and permanent residents. These lesser tombs are meticulously categorized by archaeologists into distinct structural types, each reflecting vastly different religious and cultural burial practices. Type A tombs consist of simple, single-chambered cavities with flat ceilings, some small and niche-like, others large enough to house entire, multi-generational families. Type B tombs are larger cavities cut with vaulted ceilings, actively mimicking the grander, imperial architecture of the mainland. Type C tombs are shallow, trapezoidal, or semicircular excavations carved directly into the rock face. Scholars, such as Ernie Herink, firmly identify these Type C structures as Zoroastrian astadans, sacred bone receptacles used after the deceased body had been exposed to the elements, in strict accordance with ancient Persian religious law. Type D tombs consist of simple, brutal pit burials excavated directly out of the plateau's surface rock. Some of these humble pits miraculously yielded gold coins from the distant reign of the Roman Emperor Honorius Flavius, 395–423 AD, and jewelry bearing the likeness of Cherasenian kings. The cultural and religious diversity of these burials is simply staggering. Within a few square kilometers of porous, fractured coral, archaeologists have uncovered the physical, undeniable remnants of Zoroastrian fire worshippers, Jewish merchants, Hellenized Parthian princes, and later, a massive Christian monastic complex. This later Christian site featured a sprawling, multi-story library and 19 identical monk cells, proving the island's continued spiritual magnetism. The island was a magnificent, chaotic, and beautiful tapestry of human belief. The great mainland empires may have demanded strict ideological purity and absolute borders, but the island demanded only survival, tolerance, and commerce. It was a uniquely sacred place, where the rigid, bloody borders of antiquity dissolved effortlessly into the hypersaline waters of the Gulf. By trapping the seasonal rains within its deep geological sponge, the island provided the literal, physical lifeblood for the earliest networks of global trade. The miracle of the freshwater lens allowed brave men to navigate the impossible, deadly distances between the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia. The immense wealth generated by that relentless navigation allowed them to carve their names, their diverse gods, and their final resting places into the living rock. History often seems like a patternless, chaotic labyrinth, but a good guide can trace our paths through it back to the precise moment when some of the most striking features of today's world began. The origins of our highly interconnected, globalized reality did not begin in a grand mainland palace or a sprawling capital city. It began right here, on a fractured, porous rock, where humanity first learned to master the earth, survive the sea, and tolerate one another in the pursuit of a wider world. Chapter 2. The Spatial Monopolies, Spices, Monks, and Pirates. The Nestorian Pearl, Mapping the Depths. The Persian Gulf is a geographic crucible, an unforgiving, hypersaline basin that has historically forced human ambition into stark, physical confrontations with the natural world. At the absolute center of this maritime highway lies Kharg Island, a 22-square-kilometer outcrop of ancient coral rock situated 55 kilometers northwest of the modern Iranian mainland. Long before the modern era of subterranean petroleum pipelines, this deepwater sanctuary served as the ultimate logistical node for empires seeking to extract wealth from the sea. The island's geography dictated its historical destiny, offering a rare combination of freshwater aquifers, defensible high ground, and immediate access to the rich, oyster-laden shoals of the surrounding waters. To understand the macrohistorical interconnectedness of the region, one must first look downward to the ocean floor and to the men who bled to map it. For millennia, the regional economy was driven almost entirely by the relentless extraction of the natural pearl, a spontaneous biological anomaly that commanded unimaginable wealth in the distant markets of Rome and India. The labor required to harvest these gems was brutally physical, relying entirely on the raw lung capacity and bodily endurance of local tribal divers. These men were essentially the original cartographers of the Gulf, tasked with mapping the benthic, the ecological region at the lowest level of a body of water, landscape purely through touch, sight, and spatial memory. Every plunge was a desperate act of surveying, building a primitive but highly sophisticated mental geographic information system of the sea floor to ensure their survival and secure their profit. The physical toll of this benthic extraction was gruesome, actively breaking the bodies of the divers who formed the base of the Gulf's economic pyramid. Operating from primitive wooden sailing dhows, a diver would secure an al-fatam, a nose clip made of animal bone or wood, to prevent water intrusion. They would then step into a rope loop attached to an al-zubil, a heavy stone weight, to artificially accelerate their descent, plummeting up to 18 meters into the freezing darkness of the seabed. Working blindly against the crushing atmospheric pressure, they would frantically scrape rough oyster shells into a woven neck bag for 1 to 2 minutes before violently tugging a line to be hauled upward by a deckhand. Performing this agonizing plunge up to 50 times a single day, divers routinely suffered from ruptured eardrums, severe barotrauma, and the gradual onset of early blindness from constant saltwater exposure. Life above the water offered little respite from the suffering endured below the waves. Divers lived for months crammed shoulder to shoulder on the wooden decks of their ships, sleeping directly on rough, foul-smelling oyster shells or coarse, damp woven mats. Sustenance was pitifully inadequate, consisting of rationed, murky water often infested with local cockroaches, and a daily meal of dried dates teeming with worms. Yet, despite these harrowing, earthbound conditions, these men successfully catalogued the invisible topography of the Gulf. They passed down intimate, life-saving knowledge of shifting sands, hidden coral reefs, and fertile oyster beds through generational oral traditions. They memorized the contours of the deep just as a shepherd memorizes the valleys of a mountain range. This mental map of the sea floor was the most valuable intellectual property in the ancient Middle East, allowing local populations to monopolize the extraction of benthic resources against foreign interlopers who only understood the surface of the water. While the bleeding divers were mapping the ocean floor, A very different kind of community was establishing a spiritual and logistical anchor on the rocky shores of Kharg Island. During the early Middle Ages, the island became a permanent sanctuary for followers of Nestorianism, an early Eastern Christian sect emphasizing the distinct divine and human natures of Jesus Christ, who built a thriving religious hub. Archaeological excavations conducted by Roman Gershman in 1959 revealed a massive, highly organized monastic complex dating back to the late Sasanian and early Islamic periods. This settlement physically codified the island, featuring a grand central church, over 60 rock-cut tombs, a communal refectory, and a sprawling courtyard surrounded by tripartite cells for the monks. The Kharg monastery did not exist in pious isolation. It was deeply, symbiotically intertwined with the grueling maritime economy that surrounded it. Historical records and Syriac texts from the broader Church of the East confirm that the Gulf's Christian communities included a lively, interconnected population of bishops, monks, merchants, and the very pearl divers who scoured the nearby seabeds. The literate monks likely served as the administrators and record keepers of the island's wealth, operating a substantial library and scriptorium within the thick monastery walls. By recording the oral geographies brought back by the returning divers, the monks helped translate the mental map of the benthic landscape into a broader, interconnected network of global trade. Scholars continue to debate the precise theological nature of this island sanctuary, a debate that perfectly demonstrates the complex cultural overlay of the region. While widely attributed to the Nestorians, historians like Jean Morris-Fee have posited that the specific architectural form of the church suggests a Monophysite community, a rival sect that believed Christ possessed a single, unified nature. Conversely, archaeological researcher Marie-Joseph Steve suggests the monastery was founded by the disciples of Abraham of Kashgar, a prominent native of southern Iraq who fundamentally revolutionized monastic life in the 6th century. Regardless of their specific dogmatic allegiance, these monks transformed the raw coral of Kharg into an enduring node of civilization. The architecture of the island's rock-cut tombs further illustrates how Kharg acted as a sponge for diverse, macrohistorical influences. The southern and eastern tombs, hewn directly from the living island rock, feature double-arched vestibules and dozens of burial chambers that heavily echo the classical funerary designs of Palmyra and Petra. Inside the southern tomb, a prominent bas-relief depicts a reclining male holding a cup, a clear, tangible nod to the classical, funerary banquet motif of the broader Hellenistic and Parthian worlds. Together, the diving laborers in the water and the chanting monks on the shore established Kharg as a vital, mapped anchor in a terrifyingly fluid world. The Baron's Fortress, corporate data and imperialism. As the Middle Ages violently gave way to the Age of Discovery, the intimate mental maps of the Gulf's pearl divers were eventually superseded by the rigid, mathematical maritime cartography of expanding European empires. The arrival of Portuguese forces in the 16th century marked the beginning of a relentless, blood-soaked campaign to monopolize the region's shipping lanes through the deployment of the galleon, a large, multi-decked sailing ship bristling with heavy bronze cannons. These floating fortresses allowed European powers to physically overwhelm local dhows, shifting the economic focus of the Gulf from the extraction of local pearls to the transshipment of global spices. By the 17th century, the Portuguese monopoly was violently dismantled and replaced by the Dutch East India Company, widely known as the VOC, the world's first multinational corporation. The VOC did not operate as a traditional conquering army driven by regal glory. It functioned as a massive, data-driven corporate empire obsessed with rigid ledgers, strict profit margins, and total spatial dominance. The company's navigators meticulously charted the Gulf's deep waters, mapping tides, shoals, and anchorages to create a standardized, empirical dataset of the region. They quickly recognized that Kharg Island, with its unusually deep surrounding waters and strategic geographic position near the Shat al-Arab waterway, was a highly lucrative logistical node. The Dutch initially utilized Kharg simply to load local pilots who possessed the earthbound knowledge required to navigate the treacherous, shallow northern Gulf safely. By the mid-18th century, the VOC's commercial supremacy in the region began to fracture under the crushing weight of local political instability and fierce English corporate competition. The traditional Dutch trading hubs on the Persian mainland, particularly the vital port of Bandar Abbas, were becoming entirely untenable due to the collapse of the Safavid dynasty and constant, unpredictable tribal warfare. The VOC was desperate to find an alternative, secure market to dump its massive, ever-growing stocks of Javanese sugar, which were highly profitable when traded for Persian silk and silver bullion. To save their failing Persian Gulf enterprise, the corporate directors turned to a rogue, deeply eccentric, and fiercely aggressive VOC agent named Baron Tito von Nifausen. Nifausen's path to occupying Kharg Island was paved by extortion, humiliation, and a ruthless desire for corporate vengeance against local authorities. While serving as the VOC chief in the Ottoman-controlled port of Basra, the Baron was falsely accused of illicit relations with a local Muslim woman and was subsequently thrown into a dungeon by the city's governor. After being forced to pay a massive, humiliating ransom of gold to secure his release, an enraged Nifausen retreated to the open Gulf and immediately mobilized Dutch warships to blockade the Shat al-Arab, paralyzing Basra's maritime trade. The naval blockade was devastatingly effective, completely strangling the city's food supply and forcing the Ottoman authorities to fully refund the Baron's extorted gold, thereby cementing his reputation as a ruthless tactical operator. Following his stunning triumph over the governor of Basra, Nifausen successfully convinced the VOC's governor-general in Batavia, Jacob Mossel, that the company needed a secure, tax-free offshore haven completely free from mainland extortion. In the winter of 1753, Nifausen arrived at the shores of Kharg Island heavily armed with 3 prominent VOC ships, the Fortune, Getrouwigheid, and Batavia. He quickly and easily secured formal leasing rights from the local mainland ruler, Mir Nasir of Bandar Rig, in exchange for a modest present of 2,000 rupees. The Baron immediately set out to physically anchor the VOC's corporate ledgers into the island's ancient coral rock by constructing a massive, permanent military installation. He explicitly named this imposing brick stronghold Fort Mosselstein, dedicating the heavily armed garrison to his corporate superior in Batavia to ensure continued funding. Fort Mosselstein was designed not just as a defensive redoubt against pirates, but as a rigid, spatial monopoly meant to completely control and redirect the flow of regional capital. The Dutch rapidly transformed the quiet island into a bustling, militarized commercial hub, drawing Armenian traders, Catholic mercenaries, and regional merchants eager to avoid heavy Ottoman and Persian mainland taxes. To understand the staggering scale of the VOC's ambition on Kharg, one must examine the specific physical and logistical footprint of the fortress. The fort was constructed of solid imported brick and heavily fortified with 4 imposing artillery bastions, specifically designed to repel amphibious assaults. The interior compound contained dedicated, climate-appropriate dwelling spaces to house 7 to 8 senior corporate officers in relative luxury. Large military barracks were constructed to house a mercenary garrison, alongside roughly 100 enslaved African laborers who were used for physical extraction and perimeter defense. The compound featured 5 massive, secure warehouses explicitly built to hoard and monopolize the lucrative Javanese sugar trade, protecting the inventory from humidity and theft. An administrative office and a dedicated hospital were erected to ensure the meticulous cataloging of data and the preservation of the company's valuable human capital. Under Niphosson's aggressive management, the VOC explicitly attempted to subjugate the organic, tribal reality of the Gulf into a predictable, ledger-bound European dataset. The Dutch even attempted to appropriate the island's ancient benthic heritage, initiating their own corporate pearling operations to directly compete with the native divers who had worked the reefs for centuries. This corporate intrusion required a fundamental misunderstanding of the economic value systems at play in the 18th century Gulf. To comprehend why the VOC's strategy of replacing the pearl trade with the spice trade was so disruptive, one must explicitly break down the comparative differences between these two economic pillars. Geographic origin. Pearls were an intrinsic, earthbound local resource extracted directly from the Gulf's benthic landscape, whereas spices and sugar were entirely foreign commodities imported across vast distances from Java and India. Labor structure. The pearling industry relied on a deeply entrenched local hierarchy of tribal divers, haulers, and debt-holding Tawish merchants, whereas the VOC spice trade relied on salaried European bureaucrats and enslaved African labor. Capital flow. The wealth generated by pearls remained largely within the localized tribal networks of the Gulf, sustaining entire coastal populations, while the profits from VOC sugar were immediately expatriated to corporate headquarters in Batavia and Amsterdam. Market dynamics. The value of pearls fluctuated wildly based on biological availability and local environmental conditions, whereas the VOC attempted to artificially fix the price of sugar through rigid monopolies and naval blockades. This data-driven approach suffered from a fatal, imperial flaw. It treated the Gulf as an empty, mathematical grid waiting to be organized, rather than a volatile ecosystem of heavily armed, fiercely independent tribal fiefdoms. The Baron was strictly instructed by his superiors in Batavia to avoid meddling in local Arab politics, an order that would prove entirely impossible to follow in such a deeply interconnected spatial environment. By attempting to monopolize both the imported sugar trade and the local pearl harvests, the VOC inadvertently threatened the foundational survival of every coastal tribe in the region. For a brief, shining period, Kharg flourished as the beating heart of European commerce in the Middle East, boasting a Christian population that purportedly swelled to 10,000 residents at its absolute peak. The VOC exported vast quantities of sugar and spices, heavily fortifying their corporate ledgers with extracted Persian gold and harvested local pearls. The Roman Catholic bishop of Isfahan even moved his permanent residence from the mainland to Kharg at this time, solidifying the island as a major geopolitical anchor. Yet, this imperial prosperity was inherently fragile, built entirely on the arrogant assumption that a distant corporation could permanently suppress the violent, localized pushback of the coastal inhabitants. The ledger-bound hubris of Fort Mosselstein was rapidly accelerating toward a violent collision with a native warlord who understood the physical realities of the Gulf far better than any Dutch cartographer. The Pirate of Bandar Rig, tribal pushback. The geopolitical landscape of the mid-18th century Persian Gulf was defined by a chaotic, power-hungry vacuum left in the wake of the collapsing Safavid and Afsharid empires on the Persian mainland. True power devolved entirely to localized, semi-nomadic Arab and Persian tribes who viewed the coastal waterways not as open international trade routes, but as their own ancestral, sovereign territories. Among these fiercely independent coastal warlords, none was more feared, ruthless, or tactically brilliant than Mir Muhanna, the chieftain of Bandar Rig, a mainland port situated directly across the water from Kharg Island. Mir Muhanna ascended to power through sheer, uncompromising brutality, actively murdering his own father and brother in cold blood to consolidate his absolute grip on the local pearl and smuggling trades. Mir Muhanna viewed the imposing brick walls of Fort Mosselstein not as a legitimate corporate enterprise, but as an intolerable, heavily armed infidel intrusion into his ancestral spatial domain. In 1756, he aggressively demanded an annual tribute of 900 tumens from the VOC for their continued occupation of Kharg, asserting his fundamental ownership of the local geography. The ledger-bound Dutch, viewing the warlord merely as an irritating local nuisance who possessed no formal corporate standing, flatly refused the demand. This bureaucratic refusal ignited a slow-burning fuse of intense tribal hostility, fundamentally pitting the abstract financial models of a European corporation against the raw, earthbound survival instincts of a Gulf pirate. While the Dutch relied heavily on deep-draft galleons and fixed artillery bastions, Mir Muhanna relied on his intimate, generational knowledge of the region's treacherous shoals, shifting tidal patterns, and hidden inlets. The conflict escalated violently in the spring of 1762, when Mir Muhanna launched a daring amphibious assault on Kharg Island, attempting to physically overwhelm the Dutch garrison before they could effectively mobilize their heavy guns. Though the VOC mercenaries managed to repulse this initial attack with reinforcements rapidly hired from Bushehr, the sheer audacity of the strike proved that the fortress was dangerously isolated from its supply lines. Mir Muhanna operated completely outside the recognized rules of traditional European warfare, utilizing small, highly maneuverable dhows to literally run rings around the clumsy Dutch and British warships that attempted to hunt him down. He was an absolute master of the benthic geography, utilizing the shallow, unmapped coastlines to easily evade capture and subsequently launch devastating guerrilla raids on passing merchantmen. By 1765, the Dutch commercial presence in the broader Gulf had severely deteriorated due to regional instability, leaving Fort Mosselstein as the absolute last remaining VOC outpost in the entire Middle East. At the exact same time, Mir Muhanna was facing extreme military pressure from the Persian mainland, where the powerful ruler Karim Khan Zand had explicitly dispatched a massive army to finally crush the pirates' insubordination. Utilizing his incredibly superior spatial awareness, Mir Muhanna simply packed his entire tribe, his veteran fighters, and his livestock onto shallow boats and completely evacuated his mainland capital. He successfully relocated his entire power base to Kharg, a tiny, utterly barren island located immediately adjacent to the heavily fortified Kharg. From this desolate strip of sand, he staged a brilliant, desperate campaign of survival, completely outmaneuvering the combined naval forces of Karim Khan, the British East India Company, and the local allied sheiks. The imperial forces, reliant on deep-water logistics and traditional supply chains, were left completely helpless on the shore, while Mir Muhanna's fleet continued to effortlessly prey on merchant shipping from its hidden cargo base. The tribal warlord turned the very shallow nature of the Gulf into an impenetrable defensive perimeter. Having successfully exhausted his mainland enemies through brutal attrition and navigational superiority, Mir Muhanna turned his full, predatory attention toward the isolated Dutch fortress located just across the water. In late December 1765, the pirate warlord launched a massive, highly coordinated invasion of Kharg Island, landing his tribal forces in staggering numbers and quickly overrunning the VOC's outer defensive perimeters. The surviving Dutch garrison, consisting of roughly 80 European mercenaries and 120 locally conscripted Arab fighters, found themselves completely blockaded and desperately trapped behind the brick walls of Fort Mosselstein. The meticulously organized corporate ledgers and highly sophisticated nautical charts of the VOC were utterly useless against a local enemy who now controlled the very ground and water surrounding them. The climax of the siege powerfully demonstrated the ultimate failure of imperial arrogance when directly confronted with brutal, localized cunning. On New Year's Day, 1766, After a grueling 10-day military standoff that exhausted the fort's supplies, Mir Muhanna successfully tricked the VOC's desperate director, Van Houding, into stepping outside the fortress gates under the false pretense of negotiating a formal truce. The exact moment the corporate director was exposed outside the walls, tribal fighters violently seized him and his entire administrative staff, instantly breaking the Dutch chain of command. Stripped of their leadership, the garrison capitulated, forcing the immediate surrender of the regional headquarters of the world's most powerful multinational corporation. The captive Dutchmen were unceremoniously bundled into small tribal boats and deported to Bushire, forever stripping the VOC of its richest warehouse and strongest military asset in the Middle East. Mir Muhanna's violent, tactical conquest of Kharg Island marked the definitive, incredibly humiliating end of the Dutch East India Company's presence in the Persian Gulf. The warlord immediately occupied Fort Mosselstein, rapidly transforming the meticulously organized European corporate hub into a heavily armed pirate stronghold that commanded the northern trade routes. He expertly utilized the captured Dutch artillery to successfully repel subsequent, desperate attacks by both the British and the Zand dynasty, maintaining his autonomous iron grip on the island's pearling and smuggling routes for several years. Mir Muhanna had effectively weaponized the geographical data of the Gulf against the very empires that sought to claim it. His stunning victory provided a permanent, indisputable historical dataset for the region. No amount of corporate capital, imported brick, or abstract cartography can perpetually monopolize a landscape against a people whose very survival is anchored in its depths. Chapter 3. The Telegraph and the Banyan, 19th to mid-20th century. Introduction. The anatomy of an island. To understand the global history of the 19th and 20th centuries, one must look at the Earth not as a collection of painted nations, but as a vast, interconnected nervous system. Kharg Island, a 22-square-kilometer limestone and coral outcrop in the Persian Gulf, provides a supreme vantage point for this planetary perspective. It is a place where the grand abstractions of empire, industry, and ecology collide in tangible, earthbound reality. Throughout the 19th and mid-20th centuries, this small island functioned as a critical dataset for understanding human ambition and the limits of geography. It was a physical anchor for the world's first global digital network, a theater of cultural erosion, and an inadvertent arc for biological preservation. The history of Kharg Island during this period is fundamentally a story of collapsing space. Successive empires attempted to bridge the agonizing temporal gaps between continents, utilizing the island's deep waters and natural freshwater springs to service their vast maritime networks. Yet, as the British Empire stretched its copper wires across the seabed, and as a newly industrialized Iranian state drove steel pipes into the ancient coral, the island's indigenous culture experienced a profound, isolating shock. The very mechanisms that connected Kharg to the global economy actively severed its native inhabitants from their traditional ways of life. This chapter examines Kharg Island through three distinct but deeply intertwined historical datasets. First, we will explore the Victorian deployment of submarine cables and coaling stations, treating this infrastructure as the physical manifestation of imperial power encroaching upon the Gulf. Second, we will analyze the island's human geography through the lens of mid-20th century ethnography, the systematic study of individual cultures, capturing the friction between traditional maritime life and mechanized industry. Finally, we will ground our historical map in the island's astonishing microecology, demonstrating how geopolitical paranoia inadvertently created a biological sanctuary completely shielded from mass civilian footprint. The Victorian nodes, coals and cables. The dream of instant empire. In the mid-19th century, the British Empire faced a paralyzing geographic reality that threatened its global hegemony. The sheer vastness of the imperial project meant that London was chronically disconnected from its most valuable possession, the Indian subcontinent. Prior to the 1860s, communication relied entirely on the physical transportation of paper across turbulent oceans. The harrowing Indian Mutiny of 1857 violently exposed the fatal flaw of this temporal delay, as the British government nearly lost its prized colony before military officials in London even realized a rebellion had begun. The solution to this paralyzing lag was the submarine communications cable, an early technological marvel consisting of copper wires insulated in gutta-percha sap. This rubbery, water-resistant latex, extracted from Southeast Asian trees, allowed electrical currents to survive the immense pressures of the ocean floor. The British quickly recognized that overland telegraphs were highly vulnerable to weather and hostile forces, making the seabed the most secure medium for their expanding imperial nervous system. Following the catastrophic failures of early deep ocean cables in the Atlantic and the Red Sea, engineers turned their attention to the relatively shallower, though brutally hot, waters of the Persian Gulf. By early 1862, Patrick Stewart, the newly appointed director of the Indo-European Telegraph Department, concluded that a submarine line through the Gulf could be laid with absolute certainty of success. This initiative transformed the Persian Gulf from a mere maritime trade route into a critical, heavily monitored hardware corridor. The British government, seeking a reliable alternative to the vulnerable Makran Coast landline, authorized the massive industrial undertaking of laying a submarine cable from Karachi to the Ottoman terminus at Fao. To grasp the revolutionary nature of this infrastructure, one must explicitly break down the comparative transmission speeds of the era. Traditional sail and early steam. Prior to the Suez Canal's completion in 1869, a physical letter traveling by ship via the Cape of Good Hope to Karachi required an agonizing 3 to 4 months of transit. Overland mail routes. Combining fast steamships through the Mediterranean with overland horseback couriers across the Syrian desert and down the Euphrates River reduced the journey significantly, but still required roughly 10 to 11 days. The submarine telegraph, a coded electrical pulse traveling through insulated copper wires beneath the waves, could bridge London and Karachi in a matter of hours, effectively achieving instantaneous global communication for the first time in human history. The physicality of the network. Laying the Persian Gulf cable was a grueling, earthbound endeavor that required massive expenditures of physical labor and industrial capital. In 1864, the Indo-European Telegraph Department deployed a massive fleet of hired ships, including the Marian Moore, the Kirkham, the Tweed, and the Assay, to unspool 1,250 nautical miles of heavy, iron-armored cable. The British government also purchased a large screw steamer, heavily refitted with watertight cable tanks and a steam-powered retrieval machine, christening it the Amber Witch to serve as the permanent Gulf support vessel. The physical environment of the Persian Gulf was brutally unforgiving to the laborers and technicians tasked with maintaining this sprawling network. The extreme summer heat turned the iron hulls of the cable ships into floating ovens, while the intense humidity relentlessly corroded sensitive electrical equipment and human resolve alike. Ashore at isolated repeater stations, where the fading electrical signal was artificially boosted by large batteries, operators endured severe psychological and physical strain. The hostility of the local climate, combined with the extreme isolation of these imperial outposts, frequently drove telegraphers to the brink of madness, birthing the maritime phrase, "going round the bend." Kharg Island emerged as a vital node in this expanding mechanized web, largely due to its unique geological and hydrological assets. Unlike the barren, sun-baked rocks that characterized much of the Gulf, Kharg possessed natural freshwater springs and a highly sheltered, deep offshore anchorage. British strategists had recognized this intrinsic value as early as 1808, when colonial authorities under Lord Minto explicitly threatened to occupy the island with naval force to pressure the Qajar Shah into abandoning alliances with Napoleonic France. By the mid-19th century, the island's deep waters made it an ideal location for the heavily laden steamships that serviced the empire's communication lines. Coals and the metabolic engine. If the telegraph cables were the nervous system of the British Empire, steamships were its metabolic engine, and they possessed an insatiable, filthy appetite for carbon. To maintain the rapid transit of troops, mail, and telegraph maintenance crews across the globe, the British established a vast network of steaming coaling stations. Kharg Island, with its highly protected anchorage, found itself integrated into this sprawling, dirty supply chain. The physical footprint of a 19th-century coaling station was immense, toxic, and entirely disruptive to the local ecology. Steamships of the Victorian era consumed staggering amounts of fuel. A standard vessel could easily burn over 300 tons of coal in a single day of transit. Consequently, immense stockpiles of black coal were continually ferried to the island from Wales and India, unloaded by armies of subaltern manual laborers, and stored in sprawling, open-air depots. This massive logistical operation coated the ancient coral shores in a fine, persistent layer of industrial soot, physically marking the landscape with the stain of empire. The presence of the Indo-European Telegraph Department and the supporting naval infrastructure brought a jarring influx of foreign authority to the Persian Gulf. Telegraph offices, heavily guarded and legally recognized as the inviolable property of the British government, often served as accidental sanctuaries, or bast, for locals fleeing regional government oppression or religious persecution. Yet, while the wires transmitted urgent messages regarding global financial markets and imperial troop movements, they remained entirely alien to the daily lives of the local inhabitants. The British Empire was attempting to collapse the spatial gap between London and India, but in doing so, it entirely bypassed the traditional, earthbound reality of Kharg Island itself. The subaltern labor of connectivity. The construction of this vast telecommunications network was not achieved solely by the brilliant engineering minds of London. It relied heavily on the broken bodies of marginalized laborers. Thousands of subaltern workers, Persian orderlies, Arab boat crews, Indian water carriers, and Eurasian technicians were recruited to physically drag the heavy cables across the blistering beaches and maintain the sprawling stations. These individuals were the unsung muscle of the Victorian Internet, performing backbreaking labor in environments that routinely killed European overseers with heat stroke and disease. This immense labor force required continuous feeding, housing, and medical attention, drastically altering the demographics and spatial organization of the island nodes they occupied. The Indo-European Telegraph Department functioned less like a modern utility company and more like a sovereign colonial entity, importing its own Indian surgeons, postal clerks, and armed guards. The indigenous populations of these islands were often relegated to the lowest tiers of this new industrial hierarchy. They watched as their ancestral beaches were transformed into highly restricted industrial zones, completely governed by the foreign rhythms of the telegraph key. Ultimately, the Victorian utilization of Kharg Island was defined by extraction and transmission. The British did not seek to understand the island. They sought only to use its physical mass to anchor their empire to the seabed. The copper wires and the coal depots were tangible datasets of imperial ambition, proving that 19th-century globalization was built on physical hardware and human suffering. This relentless drive for connectivity set a dangerous precedent for the island, paving the way for the even more massive industrial transformations of the 20th century. The orphan pearl, a cultural dataset. The encroaching shadow of industry. By the mid-20th century, The Victorian era of Welsh coal and gutta percha copper had given way to the mechanized age of steel, concrete, and crude oil. Kharg Island's deep surrounding waters, which had once welcomed the relatively small British cable ships, now beckoned an entirely different type of global leviathan, the petroleum supertanker. In the late 1950s, the Iranian government, in a lucrative partnership with foreign conglomerates like the American oil company Amoco, began a violent, rapid transformation of the island into the beating heart of its energy empire. It was during this period of chaotic, heavy industrialization that the celebrated Iranian intellectual Jalal Ali Ahmed arrived on the island. Ali Ahmed was a fiercely independent writer, a former political activist, and a profound social critic possessing a deep skepticism of Western-led modernization models. He approached Kharg not as a petroleum engineer seeking to exploit its subterranean wealth, but as an archivist attempting to document a traditional society standing on the absolute precipice of extinction. In 1960, Ali Ahmed published his seminal, highly influential monograph, Jazir Kharg, Dori Yadimi College, Kharg Island, the orphan pearl of the Persian Gulf. We must treat this text as a crucial ethnographic dataset, ethnography being the systematic study of individual cultures and their daily customs. Through incisive, forceful prose, Ali Ahmed captured the island as a fragile, miniature world. Observing the inescapable, grinding friction between an isolated, traditional society and the looming, mechanical shadow of mass global industrialization. The Khargi dialect and maritime memory. Ali Ahmed's most profound historical contribution was his meticulous recording of the island's unique human geography, beginning with its spoken language. The indigenous islanders spoke a highly localized Khargi dialect, which shared ancient linguistic roots with the Tangistan and Bushehr districts on the adjacent Iranian mainland. For centuries, the island's relative isolation had preserved unique morphological and lexical features in the local tongue, turning the spoken language into a living fossil record of Gulf maritime history. Recognizing the imminent death of this linguistic heritage, Ali Ahmed compiled a short glossary of Khargi terms, specifically focusing on the vocabulary related to material culture and daily survival. This linguistic dataset revealed a society whose entire conceptual framework was irrevocably bound to the sea and the earth. For example, common prepositional phrases such as jam mox, by the date palm or melee cowl, toward the depression, demonstrated how the islanders navigated their physical space not by abstract cardinal directions, but by physical, earthbound landmarks. To the islanders, the Persian Gulf was not a transit corridor for global empires, but a sovereign, nurturing entity that dictated the very rhythms of human existence. The maritime culture of Kharg was most deeply rooted in the ancient, perilous practice of pearl diving. Before the advent of cultured pearls from Japan and the domination of petrochemicals, the entire Gulf economy relied heavily on divers who descended into the depths using nothing but a weighted rope and a carved tortoiseshell nose clip. This grueling labor was steeped in local ritual, communal solidarity, and a profound respect for the ocean's lethal power. However, as Ali Ahmed documented with bitter clarity, the introduction of the modern oil terminal fundamentally ruptured this traditional social contract. Occidentosis and the death of tradition. Ali Ahmed vividly portrayed the supreme tragedy of the local workforce abandoning their ancestral maritime trades to seek menial wage labor in the newly constructed oil facilities. He wandered the dusty, newly paved streets of the island, conversing directly with displaced pearl divers, local boatmen, and the heavily armed company guards who now patrolled the beaches. Through these closely observed encounters, he mapped out a rapidly expanding landscape of class division, spatial segregation, and stark economic inequality. The island was shedding its ancient identity, entirely remade by crude oil, yet deeply scarred by the widening social fissures between the wealthy foreign technicians and the marginalized indigenous laborers. For Ali Ahmad, the presence of these foreign engineers and the imposition of a rigid mechanical work order represented a devastating new form of neo-colonial rule. The global oil market did not value the islanders' intimate, generational knowledge of the coral reefs or their mastery of local trade winds. It required only their cheap, compliant physical labor to turn valves and carry steel. The indigenous population found themselves as aliens on their own ancestral land, fenced out of the gleaming new petroleum complexes and relegated to the economic periphery. This profound ethnographic observation on Kharg Island played a foundational role in shaping Ali Ahmad's most famous philosophical concept, Garbzadgi, often translated as Occidentosis or Westixification. He viewed the rapid, unthinking industrialization of Kharg as the primary symptom of a cultural disease, wherein Iranian society blindly adopted Western technological models at the complete expense of its own national and cultural identity. The erasure of the past. Ali Ahmad's work serves as a stark reminder that physical infrastructure cannot be built without destroying pre-existing cultural landscapes. The construction of the oil terminals required the literal bulldozing of ancient island topography. Traditional wind tower houses, designed to capture the Gulf breezes and cool the inhabitants naturally, were replaced by uniform, concrete company housing blocks that relied entirely on mechanical air conditioning. The communal spaces where islanders once gathered to repair fishing nets and share oral histories were paved over to create staging grounds for heavy industrial machinery. The history of foreign encroachment on Kharg was not entirely new, but the scale of the 20th century erasure was unprecedented. In 1753, the Dutch East India Company, led by Baron Nifausen, had built a heavily garrisoned fort on the island to monopolize regional trade, only to be expelled a decade later by the local Arab ruler Mir Muhanna. However, the Dutch fort had been a localized intrusion, leaving the broader ecological and cultural rhythms of the island largely intact. The oil industry, by contrast, demanded total spatial and economic dominion. Ali Ahmad's The Orphan Pearl of the Persian Gulf stands not just as a record of a dying dialect, but as a poignant, earthbound verdict on the human cost of global interconnectedness. It is a vital dataset proving that the integration of a peripheral island into the global energy market guarantees the destruction of its localized identity. The Telegraph had begun the process of bridging Kharg to the world, but it was the oil pipeline that finally succeeded in isolating the Khargi people from their own history. The accidental sanctuary, ecology of isolation. The paradox of the Forbidden Island. History often produces profound ecological ironies, wherein the engines of human destruction inadvertently become the instruments of biological salvation. The very geopolitical forces that brought industrial devastation to Kharg's human culture simultaneously created a formidable shield around its non-human biology. Today, Kharg Island processes an astounding 90% of Iran's crude oil exports, moving roughly 950 million barrels annually through a complex, vibrating maze of subsea pipelines. Due to this supreme strategic and economic value, the island has been designated a highly restricted military zone, heavily guarded by the elite Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. Known colloquially among Iranians as the Forbidden Island, Kharg is entirely sealed off from mass civilian tourism, unauthorized commercial development, and mainland recreational foot traffic. This intense military paranoia has inadvertently transformed the 22-square-kilometer rock into a pristine ecological sanctuary. To truly understand this phenomenon, we must apply the principles of island biogeography, the study of species distribution and evolution in isolated habitats. Because human access is so violently controlled, ancient flora and rare fauna are allowed to thrive directly alongside the beating heart of a modern energy empire. To comprehend the breadth of this isolated ecosystem, one must examine the specific ecological traits of the flora and fauna preserved on the island. Ficus benghalensis, the banyan tree. Ancient, sprawling fig trees with massive aerial root systems that provide critical shade and communal avian roosting sites in an otherwise brutal, sun-baked environment. Persian Gulf coral reefs. Highly resilient, calcified marine architectures that surround the island, supporting immense biodiversity while surviving extreme regional fluctuations in salinity and water temperature. Gazella subgutturosa, the goitered gazelle, a genetically isolated, relict population of mainland antelope that survived near extinction precisely because military fencing eliminated civilian poaching. The Great Banyans of Kharg. Grounding this biological map are the island's ancient banyan trees, Ficus benghalensis. To encounter a mature banyan is to witness a slow-motion geological event disguised as botany. The banyan is a sprawling fig tree characterized by its bizarre, highly expansive growth mechanism. Its lateral branches drop thick, woody aerial roots that descend to the soil, ultimately hardening into secondary trunks. Over centuries, a single banyan tree can expand to resemble an entire dense forest, creating a massive, overarching canopy of broad green leaves capable of covering thousands of square meters. On Kharg Island, these highly resilient trees serve as critical ecological linchpins. The dense canopies provide essential, life-saving shade in a harsh environment where the summer sun mercilessly bakes the limestone terrain. Furthermore, the twisting, cavernous root structures act as communal roosting sites for diverse avian populations, including house crows, Corvus splendens, and common minas, Acridothers tristes, offering critical protection from both predators and the blistering heat. Beyond their biological utility, the banyans hold immense historical significance, having shaded generations of indigenous islanders, pearl divers, and exhausted British telegraph operators. The persistence of the Ficus benghalensis on Kharg is a profound testament to the island's historical interconnectedness with the broader Indian Ocean trade. Native to the Indian subcontinent, the banyan was frequently transported along ancient maritime routes by Hindu merchants, who prized the tree for its shade and religious significance. The presence of these sprawling botanical giants on a small Persian Gulf island physically maps the deep historical currents of human migration and biological exchange that long predated the Victorian telegraph or the modern oil era. The Coral Foundation. Beneath the sweeping shadow of the banyans lies the living, breathing foundation of the island itself. Kharg is not merely a chunk of dead continental rock, but rather an ancient, vibrant coral outcrop thrust upward from the sea floor by tectonic forces. The rhythmic hum of modern supertankers and the immense pressure of subterranean crude oil vibrate directly against millennia of calcified marine life. The deep waters surrounding the island, which proved so vital to 19th-century British cable ships and 20th-century oil tankers, also support a highly complex marine ecosystem. The extreme isolation enforced by the island's restricted military status has effectively preserved its immediate subsea environment from the destructive ravages of commercial overfishing and civilian recreational degradation. The coastal waters of Kharg are recognized by marine biologists as possessing some of the highest coral species diversity in the entire Iranian Persian Gulf. These vibrant reefs function as crucial nurseries for regional fish populations, providing a stark, living contrast to the millions of barrels of toxic crude, oil rushing through the steel pipelines just meters away. To systematically study the coral of Kharg is to read a historical ledger of global climate and local intervention. The calcified structures continually record fluctuations in sea temperatures and salinity levels, while the persistent health of the reef demonstrates the sheer resilience of marine life when adequately shielded from a mass human footprint. It is a profound, inescapable paradox that the world's most crucial petroleum nerve center sits directly atop one of the region's most pristine biological architectures. The enigma of the island gazelle. Perhaps the most fascinating ecological dataset on Kharg Island is its population of roaming gazelles. Historically, local narratives, wildlife surveys, and early colonial observations frequently identified these animals as Chinkara gazelles, Gazella bennetii. The Chinkara is a slender, light chestnut desert antelope renowned for its supreme ability to survive in highly arid scrublands with minimal access to surface water. However, the island's profound isolation has forced modern zoologists to revise this long-held historical assumption through the highly accurate lens of mitochondrial DNA mapping. Recent phylogenetic sequencing has revealed a startling biological truth regarding the island's inhabitants. The gazelles roaming the restricted military zones of Kharg Island do not belong to the Chinkara species. Rather, they are a relict population of the goitered gazelle, Gazella subgutturosa, a slightly heavier species traditionally adapted to the vast, open steppes of the mainland. By extracting and analyzing the cytochrome B sequences from the mitochondria of these animals, scientists definitively mapped their genetic lineage to the Iranian plateau, completely differentiating them from the true Chinkara populations found on other Gulf islands like Hengam and Hormuz. This genetic revelation perfectly encapsulates the overarching theme of Kharg as a living historical archive. The goitered gazelles were likely introduced to the island centuries ago, either by ambitious colonial administrators or ancient Persian rulers who viewed the isolated landmass as a convenient, natural hunting reserve. Once deposited on this 22-square-kilometer rock, the gazelles were permanently cut off from mainland gene flows. While the goitered populations on the Iranian mainland suffered catastrophic, highly documented declines due to relentless poaching, habitat destruction, and severe climate change, the isolated Kharg population survived. Because Kharg transitioned so rapidly from an isolated pearl diving community to a heavily fortified British telegraph node, and finally to a forbidden IRGC military base, unauthorized civilian hunting was virtually eliminated. The strict, heavily armed security perimeters designed to protect crude oil pipelines inadvertently functioned as impenetrable wildlife preservation fences. The Gazella subgutturosa continues to graze quietly in the shadows of enormous steel storage tanks, serving as a living, breathing map of the island's peculiar historical isolation and a testament to the strange ecological benefits of military paranoia. Conclusion. Kharg Island presents a dense, almost overwhelming historical tapestry to the modern observer. It is a highly specific location where the grand, sweeping vectors of global history crash violently into the immutable realities of geology and biology. By examining the island through our three distinct historical datasets, the Victorian telegraph infrastructure, the mid-20th century ethnographic observations, and the resilient microecology, we can observe the Anthropocene unfolding in real time. The Victorian British viewed the island strictly as a physical hardware node to be exploited for global connectivity. They ruthlessly laid their gutta-percha insulated cables and piled their filthy Welsh coal upon the ancient coral, desperate to collapse the vast spatial distance between London and India. They largely succeeded in shrinking the globe and accelerating the pace of empire, but their massive industrial infrastructure remained utterly indifferent to the earth it occupied, viewing the island merely as a stepping stone. A century later, the brilliant intellectual Jalal Ali Ahmad arrived to meticulously document the human cost of this relentless, mechanical connectivity. He treated the indigenous Khargi dialect and the dying maritime culture of the Pearl divers as a vital ethnographic dataset, proving conclusively that the imposition of a global, industrialized economy effectively isolated the local population. His powerful diagnosis of occidentosis remains a profound critique of modernization stripped of its cultural context, demonstrating how the islanders became absolute strangers on their own ancestral land. Yet the final, supreme irony of Kharg Island belongs entirely to the non-human ecology. Because Kharg was deemed too strategically vital and economically valuable for ordinary civilians, first by paranoid colonial empires, then by massive oil conglomerates, and finally by a heavily armed military state, it became an accidental fortress for nature. The sprawling ficus benghalensis, the highly vibrant coral reefs, and the genetically isolated Gazella subgutter rosa all thrive today precisely because human access has been so violently and persistently restricted. Kharg Island stands as the ultimate, enduring monument to macrohistorical interconnectedness, a place where global communication destroyed a local culture, and where the relentless machinery of the modern world inadvertently built a wall to protect the ancient earth. Chapter 4: Bathymetry and the Behemoths, the Oil Boom. The engine of the New World. History is rarely decided by the ambitions of men alone. More often, it is dictated by the unforgiving geometry of the earth. In the aftermath of the Second World War, the global geopolitical order underwent a profound and irreversible metamorphosis. The fragile peace was immediately driven by an insatiable, mechanized hunger for energy that previous generations could scarcely have imagined. The coal-fired empires of the 19th century, with their soot-stained cities and steam-driven navies, were rapidly giving way to a new, liquid-fueled reality. Petroleum was no longer merely a valuable commodity. It had become the literal lifeblood of modernity. This hydrocarbon fluid was the indispensable engine that powered rebuilt European economies and fueled the sprawling, automobile-dependent suburban expansion of the Americas. To satisfy this unprecedented post-war demand, the international oil industry was forced to violently reimagine the scale of its operations. The extraction of oil from the subterranean dark was only a fraction of the industrial challenge facing Western engineering consortia. The true, uncompromising chokepoint of the mid-century carbon economy was maritime logistics. Moving millions of barrels of crude oil across the vast expanses of the world's oceans required ships of a size and scale never before conceived by naval architects. This dramatic escalation in naval engineering brought human economic ambition into direct, physical conflict with coastal geography. The traditional ports of the Persian Gulf, which had reliably served spice merchants and sailing empires for millennia, were suddenly rendered obsolete by the sheer physical dimensions of the new vessels. The Iranian mainland, with its shallow estuaries and creeping mudflats, fundamentally failed the mathematical requirements of this new era. It was within this context of geographical desperation that the gaze of Western oil executives turned outward, looking away from the continent. They looked toward a small, sun-baked outcrop of coral and limestone located 25 kilometers off the Iranian coast in the northern Persian Gulf. Kharg Island possessed no great cities, no deep agricultural wealth, and no standing armies to project power. What it did possess was a specific, uncompromising topographical feature that would forever alter the course of global economics. Kharg Island was chosen by the industry not for what lay upon its arid surface, but for what plunged steeply beneath its shores. The dramatic drop-off of the ocean floor surrounding the island offered the exact physical parameters required to birth the largest moving objects ever constructed by human hands. In the mid-20th century, the destiny of Kharg Island was rewritten entirely by the literal depth of the sea. The limits of the river. To understand the sudden, violent elevation of Kharg Island to the absolute center of the global petroleum trade, one must first understand the evolution of the vessels that necessitated it. During the Second World War, the Allied logistical triumph was largely carried upon the steel back of the T2 tanker. These standardized vessels were the undisputed workhorses of the 1940s, explicitly designed to ferry bulk petroleum across submarine-infested oceans to fuel the Allied war machine. Measuring roughly 150 meters in length, the typical T2 tanker possessed a carrying capacity of approximately 16,000 deadweight tons. Deadweight tonnage is the total weight of cargo, fuel, provisions, and crew that a ship can safely carry before it sinks beneath the waves. In terms of sheer volume, a fully laden T2 could transport roughly 141,000 barrels of crude oil in a single, perilous voyage. Crucially, the naval architects of the era designed the T2 to operate within the constraints of existing global harbors. Consequently, the vessel possessed a relatively modest draft, requiring merely 30 feet of underwater clearance. Draft is the vertical distance between the waterline and the lowest point of the ship's hull. It is, effectively, the minimum underwater depth a ship requires to float without violently scraping the ocean floor. Because of this 30-foot draft, the T2 could confidently navigate the shallow coastal waters and river estuaries that characterize the majority of the world's established oil ports. For the first half of the 20th century, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which would eventually evolve into British Petroleum, relied heavily on the port of Abadan to export its crude. Abadan was a massive, sprawling refining hub situated on the banks of the Shat al-Arab. This was the great, sluggish river formed by the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they emptied their ancient waters into the Persian Gulf. The Shat al-Arab was a geographical nightmare for deep-draft maritime shipping. It was a heavily silted, alluvial waterway, constantly choked by the millions of tons of mud and loose sediment washed down from the Mesopotamian plains. To keep the port of Abadan open to commercial traffic, the river required perpetual, highly expensive dredging operations. Dredging is the mechanical extraction of mud, rock, and debris from the waterbed, physically displacing the earth to artificially increase the depth of a waterway. Even with this continuous, desperate dredging, the outer bar of the Shat al-Arab could only be reliably maintained to accommodate vessels with a maximum draft of around 33 feet. This shallow depth was perfectly adequate for the T2 tankers of the 1940s, allowing them to carefully slip up the river to load their cargo. However, as the post-war economic boom rapidly accelerated, the mathematical limitations of the T2 design became painfully apparent to petroleum economists. The fundamental law of maritime shipping dictates that the volume a ship can carry increases as a function of the cube of its length. By building slightly larger ships, oil companies realized they could multiply their cargo capacity exponentially. This scaling up would drastically reduce the transportation cost per barrel, maximizing corporate profits and feeding the hungry refineries of the West. This undeniable economic reality birthed the era of the Very Large Crude Carrier, or VLCC. The bathymetric imperative, geography dictates scale. The VLCC was not merely a larger ship. It was a floating steel warehouse the size of a modern skyscraper. First developed in the late 1960s, these industrial behemoths boasted staggering capacities ranging from 200,000 to over 300,000 deadweight tons. They stretched over 330 meters in length, dominating the horizon wherever they sailed. A single VLCC could carry an astonishing 2 million barrels of oil in one voyage, dwarfing the logistical capabilities of previous generations. To truly illustrate the sheer evolutionary leap in maritime engineering that rendered traditional ports entirely obsolete, we must explicitly compare the physical realities of the two eras. The 1940s T2 tanker required a draft depth of merely 30 feet, allowing it to easily navigate the heavily silted rivers of the Iranian and Iraqi coastlines without scraping the mud. The 1960s VLCC, by stark contrast, demanded a draft depth approaching 100 feet when fully laden, representing a physical impossibility for the continental mudflats. The T2 could transport roughly 141,000 barrels of oil per voyage, barely enough to satisfy the daily post-war growth in global energy demand. The VLCC violently displaced the ocean to carry upward of 2 million barrels of oil, effectively multiplying the economic efficiency of a single hull by a factor of 14. This massive increase in cargo volume came with a severe, unforgiving geographical penalty. When heavily laden with sweet crude, the bottom of the VLCC's massive hull reached nearly 30 meters below the surface of the ocean. Sweet crude is a highly desirable form of petroleum with low sulfur content that is significantly easier and cheaper to refine into gasoline. Because the Shat al-Arab could only be dredged to 33 feet, it was instantly rendered obsolete for the global export of this vital resource. If a fully loaded VLCC attempted to navigate the river to Abadan, its massive steel hull would become hopelessly embedded in the Iraqi and Iranian mud long before it ever reached the loading terminals. The mainland of Iran was effectively barricaded behind its own shallow, silty coastline. The global oil industry found itself trapped in a paradoxical crisis of its own making. They possessed the oil in the mainland fields, and they possessed the supertankers to transport it, but they lacked a coast deep enough to physically bring the two together. This is exactly where the concept of bathymetry dictated human action and corporate strategy. Bathymetry is the underwater topography of the ocean floor, the mapped measurement of depth, ridges, and submerged terrain. Surveyors mapping the Persian Gulf looked past the muddy estuaries of the continent and focused their attention on the isolated islands. Kharg Island, located almost 50 kilometers from the mainland port of Bushehr, emerged as a geological and mathematical miracle. Unlike the mainland coast, which sloped gently and was perpetually choked with river silt, Kharg was an ancient, rugged coral and limestone outcrop. Because of its unique geological formation, the eastern and southeastern shores of Kharg Island plunged steeply into the dark depths of the Persian Gulf. The bathymetry of Kharg offered natural, sheltered, deep-water basins immediately adjacent to the dry shoreline. The sea floor dropped away so sharply that the uncompromising 100-foot draft requirement of a fully loaded VLCC could be easily accommodated just meters from the island's rocky edge. Kharg Island was selected to become the beating heart of Iran's oil empire, not because of political convenience, but because the uncompromising math of the ocean floor demanded it. It provided the exact geographical dataset necessary to birth and sustain the modern supertanker era. Geography, in the form of deep water and steep coral rock, had unilaterally chosen Kharg as the premier export hub of the entire Middle East. The subsea umbilical, engineering the megastructure. Having identified the geographical salvation offered by Kharg Island's steep bathymetry, the Western engineering consortia faced a secondary, perhaps even more daunting logistical challenge. Kharg Island possessed the deep water required by the ships, but it did not possess a single drop of naturally occurring oil. The petroleum was trapped deep beneath the Zagros Mountains on the Iranian mainland, primarily in the massive, highly pressurized Gatchasaran oil field. The Gatchasaran field, first discovered in the late 1930s, was one of the most prolific hydrocarbon reservoirs in the region, containing massive reserves locked within fractured limestone. Producing heavy, high-yield crude, the field required a direct, high-capacity conduit to move the liquid wealth to the sea. To utilize Kharg's deep-water berths, engineers realized they had to physically bridge the 25-mile oceanic divide between the mainland coast of Ganeve and the island itself. The solution was the construction of a staggering mid-century megastructure, a massive, multi-line submarine pipeline. This was not a mere flexible hose laid casually across the sand. It was a highly engineered, heavy-iron umbilical cord designed to permanently tether the ancient island to the global carbon economy. The project, initiated in the late 1950s and massively expanded throughout the 1960s, represented one of the most ambitious maritime engineering feats of its time. Engineers designed an elaborate system of overland trunk lines to carry the crude from the high, arid elevations of Gatcharan down to the coastal town of Ganeve. Gravity assisted the initial descent of the oil, effortlessly piping the black fluid through the foothills of the Zagros mountain range. From the muddy shores of Ganeve, however, the oil had to be forcefully pushed across the dark floor of the Persian Gulf. To achieve this treacherous subsea crossing, massive 30-inch and 36-inch diameter steel pipes were utilized. Laying a pipe of this incredible magnitude across the ocean floor is a relentless, unforgiving battle against fluid dynamics and physics. The primary enemy in this submerged, hostile environment is hydrostatic pressure. Hydrostatic pressure is the literal weight of the ocean pressing down, an invisible, crushing force exerted by the water column that seeks to instantly collapse any hollow structure beneath it. To withstand this crushing pressure, the steel used for the pipeline had to be extraordinarily thick, resilient, and flawlessly manufactured. The engineering specifications required top-tier metallurgy, with the pipe walls manufactured to exact, uncompromising tolerances to prevent structural failure under the immense oceanic load. Furthermore, engineers had to contend with the fact that an empty steel pipe is naturally buoyant and will dangerously float to the surface if not properly anchored. To counteract this buoyancy and violently anchor the pipe to the seafloor, the steel was encased in thick, heavy layers of concrete weight coating. The assembly of this subsea umbilical was a slow, grueling process of maritime heavy industry. Sections of the massive steel pipe were meticulously welded together on the mainland shores or upon specialized, floating lay barges that pitched in the ocean swells. The integrity of the entire pipeline system depended entirely on the perfection of these welded joints. Because a high-pressure rupture on the seafloor would be economically devastating and environmentally catastrophic, engineering protocols mandated strict, uncompromising oversight. A full 100% radiographic X-ray inspection of every single weld was required before the pipe was allowed to slip beneath the waves. Once welded, inspected, and coated, the heavy iron cord was dragged inch by agonizing inch across the coral and sand of the Gulf floor. The physical labor was monumental, requiring heavy dredging of the coastal shallows to ensure the pipe was buried deeply enough to avoid the dragging anchors of passing merchant ships. As it moved into deeper waters, the pipeline was carefully laid across the undulating bathymetry of the seabed, snaking its way toward Kharg. Inside the dark belly of the pipeline, the movement of the oil was dictated entirely by pressure mechanics. In some fields, the natural reservoir drive was sufficient to force the oil to the surface and push it along the overland pipelines. A reservoir drive is the geologic pressure of trapped water or gas within the subterranean rock formation that naturally expels the crude oil. However, to move millions of barrels across the seafloor and up onto the island, massive mechanical booster pumps had to be installed on the mainland. These massive pumps forcefully pushed the crude oil into the subsea umbilical, propelling it through the darkness of the Gulf toward the island terminals. The pipeline vibrated constantly with the rhythmic, low-frequency hum of rushing petroleum. It was a closed, continuous loop of massive energy transfer, displacing millions of barrels of crude from the mountains to the sea. Through this subsea tether, Kharg Island was chemically, physically, and economically fused to the Iranian mainland. The successful completion of the initial Kharg pipeline system in 1960 fundamentally transformed the geopolitical balance of the region. By 1964, additional parallel lines had to be urgently laid across the seafloor to handle the surging output of the Iranian interior. At its absolute peak, this subsea arterial network could deliver over 6 million barrels of crude oil to the island every single day. The sheer scale of this underwater engineering effort can be best understood by examining the physical constraints overcome by the builders. The subsea route spanned roughly 25 miles of open ocean, requiring thousands of individual steel joints to be flawlessly welded and radiographically inspected in harsh conditions. The main steel pipeline utilized a massive 36-inch diameter, enabling incredible loading rates of up to 37,000 barrels per hour through a single conduit. The pipeline had to be heavily weighted with concrete to overcome natural buoyancy, forcing it to remain anchored against the powerful tidal currents of the Persian Gulf. The entire system was engineered to continuously endure both the internal outward pressure of pumped crude and the external crushing hydrostatic pressure of the deep-water drop-off surrounding the island. Kharg was no longer just an isolated rocky outcrop in a forgotten sea. It had become the terminal nozzle of an immense continental machine, a machine purpose-built to extract carbon and aggressively feed the global economy. The umbilical cord of steel had permanently redefined the island's relationship with the rest of the world. The topography of carbon, the steel forest. As the submarine umbilical cord reached the pristine shores of Kharg, the island itself was subjected to a violent, rapid process of physical terraforming. Prior to 1958, Kharg was an isolated, sparsely populated environment that had largely escaped the relentless march of industrialization. Its harsh, scorching climate and total lack of modern infrastructure made it a peripheral site in the grand sweep of Persian history. For over a decade following the Second World War, the Iranian state used Kharg primarily as a desolate, inescapable penal colony. Political dissidents, leftists, and members of the Tudeh party were banished to the island to endure the unforgiving heat and absolute isolation. They were housed in stark, rudimentary barracks, effectively imprisoned by the treacherous ocean currents and the isolated geography of the island itself. Before the arrival of the Western oil men, the island's ancient natural and cultural history remained largely undisturbed by the outside world. Centuries-old banyan trees cast long, cooling shadows over the limestone, their thick, tangled roots gripping the dry earth in a chaotic, organic embrace. Ancient Zoroastrian tombs, the crumbling stone ruins of a 7th-century Christian monastery, and quiet, traditional fishing villages sparsely dotted the small 22-square-kilometer landmass. The celebrated Iranian writer Jalal Ali Ahmad once gazed upon these isolated shores and famously dubbed the landmass the orphan pearl of the Persian Gulf. However, the arrival of the international oil consortia utterly obliterated this quiet, ancient isolation. The engineers and roughnecks descended upon the coral rock, viewing the island not as a fragile habitat, but as a blank canvas for heavy industrial architecture. The sheer volume of oil arriving from the mainland via the subsea umbilical necessitated the rapid construction of massive holding facilities. The Western consortia initiated an aggressive, island-wide erection of towering steel storage tanks. These were not modest structures, but colossal feats of heavy metallurgy explicitly designed to hold back seas of volatile, highly flammable liquid. By 1964, Kharg boasted some of the largest crude oil storage tanks ever constructed anywhere in the world. Earth movers and bulldozers aggressively scraped away the ancient limestone, violently flattening the earth to create perfectly level foundations for the sprawling tank farms. The tonnage of steel imported to the island to build these structures was unprecedented in the history of the Persian Gulf. When filled, these tanks trapped millions of tons of crude oil directly upon the island's surface, effectively creating a massive, highly pressurized reservoir above the sea. This aggressive construction created a new, terrifying artificial topography on Kharg. The steel forest of the tank farms rose high above the organic canopy of the ancient banyan trees, dominating the skyline and blocking the sea breeze. A sprawling, labyrinthine network of elevated pipes, manifolds, and high-pressure valves crisscrossed the landscape. This metallic overgrowth completely overwrote the traditional dirt footpaths once used by the local pearl divers and fishermen. The island was no longer defined by its natural limestone ridges, but by the rigid geometry of its petroleum infrastructure. To grasp the sheer scale of the terraforming that overwrote the island's ancient geography, we can observe the massive infrastructure overlaid onto the tiny 22-square-kilometer rock. Individual superstorage tanks were constructed to hold 160,000 barrels of oil, measuring an astonishing 109 meters in diameter and standing 18 meters high. The total storage capacity rapidly expanded to encompass 41 operational crude oil tanks, capable of holding a combined 24.5 million barrels of volatile crude at any given moment. By the early 21st century, continuous terraforming efforts would add millions of additional barrels in capacity, proving the perpetual, expanding nature of the island's steel topography. The natural coral coastline was blasted, dredged, and piled to create a 10-berth oil-loading jetty and a massive 4-berth sea island, violently altering the island's historic silhouette. Simultaneously, massive infrastructural terraforming occurred at the shoreline to meet the docking demands of the approaching VLCCs. Engineers utilized explosives to blast the coastal coral, creating a deep channel to build the T-jetty and the massive sea island loading platforms. These structures jutted more than a kilometer off the southeastern shore, creating artificial deep-water extensions of the island itself. The T-jetty alone was an absolute marvel of heavy maritime construction. It was a sprawling complex of reinforced mooring dolphins and heavy-duty loading arms capable of pumping tens of thousands of barrels per hour directly into the deep bellies of the supertankers. The island's edge was transformed into a bristling, mechanized harbor, completely unrecognizable from the quiet pearl-diving coast it had been just a decade prior. The expat bubble. Alongside the intense industrial terraforming came a surreal and highly insulated sociological terraforming. The operation and maintenance of this massive export terminal required a permanent, highly trained population of American, British, and European expatriate engineers. These workers, isolated on a hot, barren rock in the middle of the Persian Gulf, demanded the comforts, leisure, and cultural touchstones of their home countries. The oil companies obliged, constructing bizarre, insular bubbles of Western mid-century suburbia directly on top of the ancient limestone. The contrast between the industrial reality of the tank farms and the residential compounds was profoundly jarring. Just a short distance from the roaring flare stacks and the high-pressure crude lines, the expats enjoyed manicured lawns, air-conditioned clubhouses, and pristine, heavily chlorinated swimming pools. Most strikingly, the petroleum companies built fully functioning cinemas and large, multi-lane bowling alleys to entertain the foreign workforce. The sound of heavy crude rushing through 36-inch pipes was surrealistically juxtaposed against the rhythmic crash of bowling pins and the flicker of imported Hollywood films. These luxurious amenities served as a necessary psychological defense mechanism against the stark isolation and blistering heat of the Gulf. This imported, highly subsidized lifestyle created a stark dual reality on Kharg Island. On one side was the intense, dirty, and exceedingly dangerous reality of managing one of the world's largest volatile liquid storage facilities, a place of extreme industrial hazard. On the other side was the manicured, artificial leisure of the expat compounds, an imported slice of 1960s America and Europe dropped onto a Middle Eastern reef. The local Iranian laborers, who lived in starkly different conditions, witnessed this sociological terraforming firsthand. The island had effectively been partitioned, not just by fences and security checkpoints, but by entirely different modes of human existence. The engineers bowled and swam, while millions of barrels of crude oil pulsed beneath their feet, waiting to be loaded onto the behemoths offshore. The ancient island had been conquered twice in rapid succession. First, it was conquered by the immense tonnage of the steel tanks, the concrete, and the subsea pipelines that bound it to the earth. Second, it was conquered by the bizarre cultural artifacts of mid-century petro-modernity, from the bowling alleys to the air-conditioned living quarters. Conclusion. Ultimately, the terraforming of Kharg Island was a testament to the absolute, unyielding priority of the global carbon economy. Every rock moved, every jetty built, and every cinema constructed was fundamentally subservient to the uninterrupted flow of petroleum. The island had permanently shed its grim penal past, but it had entered a new kind of inescapable captivity. Kharg was now irrevocably bound to the mainland by the subsea umbilical, and bound to the global market by the massive VLCCs that constantly circled its deepwater berths. The island processed up to 90% of Iran's total oil exports, effectively becoming the economic heart of the nation. Without the deepwater bathymetry of Kharg, the post-war oil boom in the Middle East would have been strangled by the shallow mud of the continent. By conquering the bathymetry of the Gulf, Western engineers had permanently rewritten the destiny of Kharg. They had transformed an isolated coral rock into an indispensable pillar of the modern world. The behemoths of the sea had found their harbor, and the earth had been reshaped to welcome them. Chapter 5. The Alchemists of the Gulf, Petrochemicals and Fertilizer. The Promethean Flame, Capturing the Waste. The island of Kharg is a geographical anomaly, a mere 20 square kilometers of porous coral rock thrust upward from the shallow, silty waters of the northern Persian Gulf. Situated 25 kilometers off the Iranian coast and roughly 483 kilometers northwest of the Strait of Hormuz, the island possesses a single, defining geographical advantage. That advantage is deep water. For most of the Iranian mainland, the coastal waters are heavily silted and entirely too shallow to accommodate the massive drafts of modern industrial shipping vessels. Kharg, however, plunges steeply into the Gulf, offering a natural harbor capable of docking the largest maritime vessels ever constructed by human hands. This microscopic geological quirk has dictated the macroscopic flow of global energy and agriculture for over half a century. To understand the modern world, one must fundamentally understand the physical realities of Kharg Island. Prior to the mid-20th century, this sun-baked rock served primarily as a grim penal colony for political exiles, a place defined by absolute isolation and human suffering. Its ancient history spoke of an island that had always been a solitary outpost at the edge of empires, serving as a silent witness to the passage of millennia. The island is dotted with a 7th-century Christian monastery, ancient Zoroastrian burial sites, and Achaemenid inscriptions dating back to the period between 550 and 330 before Common Era. Yet, beginning in 1958, the island shed its penal past and was radically terraformed into the beating heart of a global industrial empire. Engineers descended upon the coral, transforming it into a colossal export hub to service the massive offshore oil fields discovered throughout the 1960s. The early days of this petroleum boom were defined by an apocalyptic visual reality that dominated the horizon. This reality was the constant, roaring presence of flared gas, which illuminated the Gulf night and cast a permanent, demonic glow over the coral reefs and ancient tombs. Flared gas, the intentional burning of natural gas directly into the atmosphere, is the primitive method of disposing of the volatile chemical byproducts that bubble up alongside extracted crude oil. Because early oil prospectors were entirely focused on extracting liquid crude, The associated petroleum gas was viewed merely as a highly toxic and explosive nuisance. Rather than capturing this invisible vapor, engineers simply vented it through towering exhaust stacks and set it alight to prevent their equipment from overpressuring and detonating. For years, Kharg Island was a towering monument to this Promethean waste, burning away the very elements that could have been harnessed to sustain human life. The sheer scale of this environmental waste is staggering to comprehend, representing an unparalleled hemorrhage of both ecological stability and economic value. The physical environment of the island was choked by the acrid, sulfurous smog of these perpetual fires, which burned with a terrifying, unrelenting intensity. At the nearby Porous oilfield alone, close to 6.5 million cubic meters of gas were burned off in flares every single day. This continuous conflagration pumped immense volumes of carbon dioxide, alongside highly toxic black carbon and heavy pollutants, directly into the Earth's atmosphere. The realization slowly dawned upon industrial chemists that this poisonous atmospheric waste contained the fundamental building blocks of modern organic chemistry. The transition away from flaring required a massive engineering pivot, representing one of the most significant industrial undertakings of the late 20th century. In 1965, the Kharg Chemical Company was established as a joint venture between the National Iranian Oil Company and the American corporation Amoco. This strategic alliance marked the beginning of a profound transition for the island and the wider global supply chain. American engineering firms, specifically J.E. Pritchard, developed the initial blueprints to capture the volatile gases, while Japanese contractors from Chiyoda executed the sprawling physical construction. By 1969, the first iteration of the Kharg petrochemical complex was officially commissioned, fundamentally altering the island's destiny. The towering flames began to shrink as the raw, toxic vapors were diverted away from the exhaust stacks and corralled into a sprawling labyrinth of high-pressure pipes. This transition must be understood as an act of modern alchemy, echoing the medieval attempts to transmute base, worthless matter into precious gold. On Kharg Island, however, the transmutation was strictly chemical, infinitely more complex, and vastly more lucrative for the human species. The engineers were tasked with taking a poisonous, highly volatile atmospheric pollutant and physically breaking it down to its atomic components. By capturing the associated petroleum gas, they harvested an invaluable raw material that would soon become the backbone of global agriculture. The transition to capturing this gas was neither cheap nor easy, demanding astronomical capital expenditures to build the necessary compression infrastructure. In many cases, the energy required to run the massive compressors nearly equaled the energy contained within the gas itself, making early recovery efforts economically daunting. Yet the potential rewards dictated the effort, as the gases surfacing around Kharg contained massive volumes of methane alongside dangerous concentrations of hydrogen sulfide. To release these gases was to poison the sky, but to capture them was to unlock a chemical treasure chest that the world desperately needed. Over the subsequent decades, the complex expanded relentlessly, driven by an insatiable global demand for chemical precursors. The technological evolution of the island can be understood through the vast differences between the era of waste and the era of capture. We can explicitly break down the comparative differences that defined this pivot. During the height of the 1960s flaring era, an average of 650 cubic feet of gas was flared for every single barrel of oil produced, representing an astronomical loss of potential energy. This flared gas was equivalent in heating value to roughly 224,000 barrels of crude oil per day, meaning 12% of the total produced energy was simply incinerated into the sky. By the early 2020s, the implementation of national waste-to-energy projects on Kharg allowed engineers to harness and transfer 50 million cubic feet per day of associated petroleum gas to offshore facilities, reducing flaring at major fields to zero. This captured gas, rather than contributing to the 140 billion cubic meters flared globally each year, is now wholly redirected into the petrochemical complex to serve as the baseline feedstock for global commodity production. By 1999, the facility had integrated a massive new methanol plant, designed by the German engineering firm Lurgi AG, which drastically increased its capacity to digest raw hydrocarbons. Today, the island stands as a testament to absolute industrial efficiency, operating continuously against the backdrop of a volatile geopolitical landscape. The sky above Kharg is frequently clearer than it was in the 1970s, as the once wasted flare gas is now systematically transferred to the island via highly engineered subsea pipelines. This captured gas is no longer burned, it is transmuted. It flows directly into the metallic veins of the petrochemical complex, ready to be broken apart and reassembled into the foundations of the modern global economy. The Promethean flame that once defined the island has been extinguished, replaced by the silent, invisible hum of pressurized synthesis. This shift from combustion to chemical synthesis represents one of the great unseen triumphs of 20th century macrohistory. Without this pivot, the explosive population growth of the subsequent decades would have been physically impossible to sustain. The men who built the Kharg petrochemical complex did not just extinguish a fire, they ignited a chemical revolution. They built the infrastructure necessary to feed a rapidly expanding human leviathan, turning toxic waste into the very bread that sustains the modern world. The invisible web, transmuting gas to grain. To stand before the Kharg petrochemical complex is to observe a mechanical stomach in constant, roaring operation. This sprawling, interconnected digestive tract of steel, pressure valves, and catalytic converters functions much like a biological organ, designed to process and transmute complex inputs. The primary function of this mechanical stomach is to receive raw, volatile hydrocarbons and physically break them down into simple, highly usable components. The raw material is the sour, toxic gas piped in from the dark depths of the Persian Gulf, carrying with it the ancient carbon of decomposed marine life. The resulting yields from this digestion are the fundamental chemical compounds that physically sustain the modern world. The very first step in this industrial digestion process is the rigorous and dangerous stripping of impurities from the raw gas stream. The associated petroleum gas arriving at Kharg contains significant quantities of hydrogen sulfide, a highly corrosive and deadly chemical compound that can destroy machinery and kill unprotected workers instantly. Before the gas can be utilized for advanced synthesis, the complex must separate this poison from the valuable, energy-rich methane. Through rigorous chemical scrubbing and amine treating, the facility isolates the sulfur molecules, fundamentally altering their chemical state. Sulfur, the bright yellow, naturally occurring nonmetallic element, is gathered here in massive industrial quantities, transitioning from a toxic hazard into a foundational commodity. This extracted sulfur must be viewed not merely as an industrial export, but as a critical, life-giving dataset in the global agricultural equation. It is a primary precursor for the creation of sulfuric acid, which is in turn an absolute requirement for the mass production of phosphate fertilizers. Without this yellow byproduct stripped from the gas of Kharg Island, the world's ability to produce phosphate fertilizers would plummet, directly degrading crop yields across the entire southern hemisphere. The island produces and exports tens of thousands of tons of this sulfur annually, executing a daily chemical miracle that transforms a deadly marine gas into a life-giving soil nutrient. Simultaneously, the purified methane that survives the scrubbing process undergoes a far more complex and highly pressurized transmutation. This methane is directed into the facility's immense synthesis loops, where it is subjected to extreme heat and crushing pressure to create methanol. Methanol, a simple, water-soluble wood alcohol utilized as a universal building block for industrial chemistry, is the absolute crown jewel of the Kharg complex. The production of this clear, highly flammable liquid requires precise thermodynamic control, a feat historically achieved through proprietary German engineering processes known as megamethanol technology. The physical reality of this chemical synthesis is mesmerizing in its violent efficiency. The purified methane gas is first cracked and reformed into synthesis gas, a highly volatile mixture composed entirely of carbon monoxide and hydrogen. This synthesis gas is then blasted at high velocity over advanced, copper-based catalysts within specialized quasi-isothermal reactors. The resulting chemical reaction is highly exothermic, generating immense, dangerous heat, but the mechanical stomach of Kharg is designed to capture and consume this energy. The reactors use the intense heat of the chemical conversion to boil water, generating high-pressure steam that in turn powers the very compressors driving the entire facility. This closed-loop thermodynamic efficiency allows Kharg to synthesize methanol at a massive, globally competitive scale, operating continuously without pausing for rest. The volumes produced by this mechanical stomach are staggering, dwarfing the output of lesser facilities across the globe. Recent development projects have aimed to push the Kharg Petrochemical Company's annual methanol output from an already massive baseline to a staggering 2 million tons per year. This expansion requires hundreds of millions of dollars in continuous capital investment, permanently anchoring the island as one of the most vital chemical nodes on the planet. The methanol produced here is consistently tested for stringent quality assurance, ensuring its absolute molecular purity before it is pumped into the bellies of waiting cargo ships. But methanol is rarely an end product in the global supply chain. Rather, it is a highly versatile chemical stepping stone. While it can be burned cleanly as an alternative maritime fuel, its most critical macrohistorical function is acting as a precursor for advanced agricultural chemicals. Specifically, massive quantities of this methanol are heavily utilized in downstream facilities to synthesize formaldehyde, a highly reactive chemical building block. This formaldehyde is then chemically combined with urea, another nitrogen-rich compound synthesized directly from natural gas, to create complex urea-formaldehyde resins. These specific resins are the literal physical foundation of modern synthetic fertilizer application. Synthetic fertilizer, artificially created, highly concentrated chemical nutrients injected directly into depleted agricultural soils to force extreme crop growth, is the singular reason the Earth currently possesses the carrying capacity to feed 8 billion humans. Traditional organic farming, reliant on the slow decay of manure and compost, cannot possibly replace the massive amounts of nitrogen stripped from the soil by continuous, intensive mechanical harvesting. The urea-formaldehyde compounds derived from Kharg's methanol are specifically engineered as advanced slow-release fertilizers. The chemistry of these slow-release fertilizers is designed to mimic the gradual, life-sustaining pace of nature itself. They bind the synthetic nitrogen securely within a polymer matrix, preventing the critical nutrients from instantly washing away in heavy agricultural rains. As the soil temperature warms and microbial activity increases, the resin slowly degrades, releasing a steady, measured diet of nitrogen directly into the root systems of food crops over a period of months. The sprawling pipes, distillation columns, and chemical vats of Kharg Island are thus inextricably, physically linked to the microscopic root structures of wheat and corn across the globe. The mechanical digestion of hydrocarbons on this tiny coral rock in the Persian Gulf is precisely what allows grain to grow in parched, over-farmed soils. Every single drop of methanol and every grain of sulfur produced on Kharg represents a highly quantifiable caloric yield for the human species. The data is absolute and unyielding. The continuous chemical transmutations occurring on this island directly dictate the agricultural carrying capacity of the planet. To view these chemical yields merely as financial export commodities is to deeply misunderstand the fundamental physical architecture of the modern world. The methanol and sulfur of Kharg are a life-giving dataset, a physical ledger of human survival written in carbon and hydrogen. When the facility manages to increase its daily production by a mere 75 tons of methanol and 27 tons of sulfur, that microscopic fluctuation is not just a rounding error on a balance sheet. It is a physical reality that ripples outward to affect crop planting schedules, harvest yields, and ultimately, human caloric intake thousands of miles away. The engineers walking the hot metal gangways of the Kharg complex are not simply refining oil. They are actively synthesizing the molecular building blocks of global human sustenance. Feeding the Leviathan, global dependency. The true macrohistorical impact of Kharg Island cannot be understood by looking solely at the porous coral rock itself, nor by simply tallying the output of its mechanical stomach. One must trace the invisible supply web, the physical, geographical path a product takes from the factory to the farm, outward from the island's massive deepwater jetties. This sprawling web is composed of massive ocean-going vessels, complex financial instruments, and the delicate, unforgiving chronologies of global agricultural calendars. It is this web that tethers Kharg directly to the explosive population growth of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. This supply chain physically binds the fate of the developing world to the chemical output of the Persian Gulf. From the steel berths of Kharg, an endless, cyclical procession of chemical tankers and very large crude carriers disperses these synthesized commodities across the globe. This maritime dispersal operates on a physical scale that defies easy human comprehension. The island features immense storage capacities, often holding upward of 30 million barrels of crude and chemical products within its massive steel tanks at any given moment. Tankers arrive from the open ocean, gorge themselves on methanol, sulfur, and crude oil, and then sail southward through the narrow, precarious maritime chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz. The primary beneficiary of this invisible maritime web is the continent of Asia, which relies on these chemical imports to sustain its massive demographic weight. China, possessing an insatiable appetite for both baseline energy and agricultural precursors, acts as a massive vacuum for Kharg's continuous chemical output. Driven by heavily discounted prices and complex geopolitical alignments designed to bypass Western sanctions, Chinese ports receive over 90% of the oil and chemical exports flowing from the island. Fleets of reflagged tankers, often operating in the shadows and disabling their tracking transponders to obscure their origins, maintain a continuous physical umbilical cord between the mechanical stomach of Kharg and the industrial heartland of China. Simultaneously, the vast quantities of sulfur stripped from Kharg's gas fields flow heavily into the ports of the Indian subcontinent. India, a nation burdened with the monumental task of feeding over 1 billion people, is desperately, existentially dependent on imported agricultural inputs. The country imports massive quantities of sulfur and liquid ammonia from the Persian Gulf to feed its sprawling domestic phosphate fertilizer industry. Without this continuous maritime influx of yellow stone, Indian fertilizer manufacturers cannot produce the diammonium phosphate required to sustain their seasonal crop yields. The passage of massive Indian-flagged chemical carriers, such as the 54,000-ton vessel Shivalik, through the Gulf is not a matter of mere international commerce. It is a matter of absolute national survival, as any disruption to this supply line immediately threatens the food security of hundreds of millions of citizens. This profound chemical dependency extends far beyond Asia, reaching even the massive agricultural heartlands of the Americas. Brazil, the undisputed titan of global soybean production, relies intensely on Middle Eastern urea to condition its vast, nutrient-hungry agricultural tracts. These Brazilian soybeans are then exported globally to feed massive commercial livestock operations. This means that the pork consumed in the restaurants of Beijing and the beef eaten in the homes of Europe are, at their molecular core, sustained by the natural gas derivatives of the Persian Gulf. The Middle East, functioning as the central node of this web, exports over 60 million tons of fertilizer and raw materials annually. This staggering volume encompasses roughly half of all global sulfur exports and a third of all seaborne urea, cementing the region's absolute dominance over the global food supply. Kharg Island stands as a premier, irreplaceable node within this life-sustaining network, pumping chemicals into the arteries of global trade. The terrifying fragility of this invisible supply web becomes violently apparent only during moments of extreme geopolitical rupture. To observe the events of March 2026 is to witness the absolute panic that ensues when this invisible tether is physically threatened. As a devastating war between the United States, Israel, and Iran erupted, the Strait of Hormuz was effectively closed to commercial traffic by a barrage of military strikes and maritime blockades. The maritime blockade instantly stranded hundreds of tankers, physically severing the flow of agricultural precursors to the developing world and triggering immediate market chaos. The global reaction to this severing was instantaneous and severe, exposing the dangerous reliance of the human species on this single geographical choke point. Market analysts watched in horror as the foundational economics of global farming began to collapse in real time. We can explicitly break down the comparative data that illustrates the scale of this disruption. Prior to the conflict, global urea prices hovered around $465 per metric ton, a manageable cost for large-scale agricultural operations. Within weeks of the strait's closure, urea prices surged by nearly 26%, skyrocketing to well over $585 per metric ton, pricing many farmers entirely out of the market. Normally, the strait handles 14 million barrels of crude and chemical shipments daily, but the blockade forced a sudden, catastrophic drop in export volumes, with deliveries to India and China falling by over 80% compared to pre-war levels. While alternative routes were attempted, such as utilizing Saudi Arabia's east-west pipeline to the port of Yanbu, the pipeline's maximum capacity of 7 million barrels per day was entirely insufficient to replace the total lost volume of the Hormuz choke point. This disruption paralyzed critical spring planting schedules across the northern hemisphere, forcing desperate farmers to gamble on delayed applications of vital nutrients. Chinese agricultural planners warned of severe domestic shortages, noting that vessels loaded with sulfur remained helplessly stranded in the Gulf. Indian authorities scrambled to secure alternative sulfur and ammonia shipments from as far away as North America and Australia, fully aware that a failed harvest would lead to immediate civil unrest. Macroeconomic analysts projected that if the blockade persisted, the resulting fertilizer shortage would cause consumer bread prices to spike within weeks, followed by severe, long-term global food insecurity. Yet, amid the absolute chaos of thousands of aerial strikes and naval engagements, Kharg Island remained eerily, miraculously untouched by the devastation. Despite handling over 90% of Iran's oil exports and possessing the capacity to plunge the Iranian economy into ruin if destroyed, military planners from the United States and Israel deliberately spared the island. The rationale behind this strategic restraint reveals the ultimate, unassailable power of the island's chemical output. To destroy the Kharg petrochemical complex and its surrounding deep-water berths would be to commit a profound, irreversible act of global self-harm. Western defense analysts calculated that annihilating the island would immediately drive global oil prices into the stratosphere, pushing the cost of a barrel to $150 and entirely destabilizing the world economy. More critically, permanently crippling the Gulf's capacity to export sulfur and methanol would irreparably fracture the global fertilizer supply chain for years to come. The world's superpowers realized, perhaps too late, that they simply could not afford to destroy the mechanical stomach that digests the hydrocarbons required to feed the Earth. Kharg Island is simply too vital to the continuation of modern human history to be erased from the map, serving as a permanent red line in global warfare. The story of Kharg Island is thus the ultimate story of human limits and the unintended consequences of industrial scale. We have built a global civilization of unprecedented size, capable of supporting billions of human lives, but we have anchored that massive civilization to a handful of fragile, microscopic points on the map. The agricultural capacity of the planet is no longer dictated by the natural cycles of rain, sun, and organic decay. It is dictated entirely by the precise, industrial transmutation of toxic gas into synthetic nutrients on a 20-square-kilometer rock in the Persian Gulf. Kharg Island is the ultimate alchemical laboratory of the modern age. By capturing the Promethean fire that once burned uselessly into the night sky and weaving an invisible maritime web of chemical sustenance, it feeds the leviathan of global population growth. The chemical yields of this island dictate the price of bread in Cairo, the yield of soybeans in Brazil, and the survival of wheat crops in the American Midwest. We remain, individually and collectively, bound by a physical, chemical tether to the roaring mechanical heartbeat of this tiny coral island. Our world, with all its staggering complexity and delicate agricultural balance, is fundamentally sustained by the alchemists of the Gulf. Chapter 6: The Island of Fire, the 1980s. To understand the macrohistorical trajectory of the late 20th century, one must look away from the grand political capitals of Washington, Moscow, and Tehran. Instead, the focus must shift to a scrubby, sun-baked outcrop of coral limestone situated in the northern reaches of the Persian Gulf. Kharg Island, comprising a mere 22 square kilometers of barren rock located roughly 30 kilometers off the Iranian coast, appears entirely unassuming to the naked eye. Yet, human history is rarely dictated by aesthetic grandeur. It is almost entirely driven by the gravitational pull of subterranean resources. By the dawn of the 1980s, this tiny landmass had been transformed into the beating heart of a global carbon megastructure. The island was not merely a piece of industrial infrastructure. It was the absolute center of gravity for the Iranian state, processing and handling roughly 90% of the nation's total crude oil exports. Subsea pipelines connected Kharg to the massive, sprawling oil fields of the Iranian mainland, drawing black crude from the deep reserves of Avaz, Marun, and Gachsaran. This oil flowed unceasingly beneath the seabed, pushed by the immense geological pressures of the Earth, only to surface on this isolated rock. Here, it was stored in a vast farm of cylindrical steel tanks capable of holding tens of millions of barrels at any given moment. For the revolutionary government in Tehran, Kharg Island was the literal economic lifeline that sustained their entire national project. The shallow, silty coastlines of the Iranian mainland were entirely unsuitable for the massive vessels required by the modern global energy trade. Kharg Island, however, sat adjacent to deep-water channels, allowing it to bridge the gap between the subterranean wealth of the Middle East and the industrial hunger of the wider world. When the geopolitical tectonic plates of the region fractured in September 1980, the ensuing conflict would redefine the nature of industrial combat. The Iran-Iraq War began with sudden, chaotic violence, but it quickly devolved into a grinding, mechanized slaughter that echoed the muddy trenches of the First World War. To survive this apocalyptic struggle, Iran required an uninterrupted flow of capital to purchase munitions, rations, and medical supplies on the international market. Every single drop of that capital flowed directly through the steel veins of Kharg Island. Consequently, the island ceased to be a mere commercial port and immediately became the most critical military target on the face of the planet. The ledger of war, the economic target. When Saddam Hussein ordered the Iraqi military across the Iranian border in the autumn of 1980, his strategic calculus was predicated on the assumption of a swift, decisive victory. He believed that the Iranian military, recently purged of its imperial officer corps by the new revolutionary government, would shatter upon impact. He was profoundly mistaken in this assumption. The Iranian forces, bolstered by waves of zealous, highly motivated volunteers, absorbed the Iraqi armored thrusts and stabilized the front lines through sheer numbers and fanatical determination. The conflict rapidly stagnated into a war of attrition, a brutal military conflict won not by brilliant tactical maneuvering, but by slowly and methodically grinding down the enemy's physical resources, human capital, and industrial output until their society collapses. In such a grueling conflict, the true battle lines are ultimately drawn on a nation's sovereign balance sheet. Saddam Hussein, observing the bloody stalemate in the marshes of Khuzestan, realized that he could not destroy the Iranian army by simply killing its frontline soldiers. He had to sever the financial artery that kept those soldiers armed, fed, and supplied in the field. This stark realization brought Kharg Island directly into the crosshairs of the Iraqi military high command. The island's immense terminal facilities were no longer viewed as commercial infrastructure, but as a giant physical ledger where national survival was tabulated daily. In this grim accounting system, every barrel of crude oil successfully loaded onto a foreign tanker translated directly into bullets, artillery shells, and rations for the Iranian infantry bleeding in the mainland trenches. To bankrupt the Iranian war machine, the Iraqi Air Force had to physically deconstruct the island's capacity to export hydrocarbon wealth. The economic realities of the early 1980s made this targeting strategy incredibly potent and globally disruptive. Following the chaos of the Iranian Revolution, global oil markets were highly volatile, and Iran desperately needed to maintain its export volumes to generate hard foreign currency. The sheer scale of Kharg's financial importance can be understood through the stark comparative data of its export volumes, which dictated the health of the Iranian state. Prior to the revolution, Iranian crude exports regularly exceeded 4 to 5 million barrels per day, creating immense national wealth and funding a massive military apparatus. During the early years of the war, between 1982 and 1986, Iran managed to maintain an average export rate of roughly 2.3 million barrels per day, almost entirely routed through the Kharg Island terminals. When Iraqi aerial attacks reached their absolute peak, Kharg's output was occasionally slashed by over 50%, dropping export volumes closer to 1 million barrels per day and starving the Iranian treasury of vital foreign exchange. To facilitate these massive transfers of wealth, the island relied on specialized, heavy-duty infrastructure, most notably the Eastern Tea Jetty and the Western Sea Island Terminal. These sprawling steel facilities jutted out into the deep waters of the Persian Gulf, allowing the world's largest commercial vessels to approach the island safely. Securing these colossal ships to the piers required robust VLCC mooring, the massive steel cleats, heavy bollards, and thick hawser lines used to physically anchor very large crude carriers, ships so monstrously heavy that their momentum alone can crush concrete piers. The mechanics of this infrastructure were highly complex, relying on a delicate balance of gravity, pressure, and structural integrity. Crude oil was pumped from the mainland to the island, stored in the massive tank farms, and then fed through massive loading arms directly into the holds of the waiting supertankers. The Iraqi High Command understood that if they could shatter the storage tanks, destroy the loading arms, and sever the VLCC mooring points, the supertankers would have no place to safely dock. If the tankers could not dock, the crude oil could not leave the island, creating a massive, highly pressurized bottleneck in the Iranian economy. If the crude oil did not leave the island, the Iranian government would run out of currency in a matter of weeks, rendering them unable to pay for the war effort. The strategic imperative for Baghdad was absolute and unforgiving. Kharg Island, the beating heart of the enemy's economy, had to be systematically annihilated from the air. The Kinetic reign, systematic dismantlement. The campaign to dismantle Kharg Island was unprecedented in the history of naval and industrial warfare. Over the course of the 1980s, the Iraqi Air Force launched a staggering total of over 2,800 individual air raids against this single, 22-square-kilometer rock. This relentless bombardment constituted a literal kinetic rain, an unending deluge of high explosives, incendiary devices, and jagged shrapnel intended to break the back of the Iranian oil industry. It was a calculated, violent attempt to surgically deconstruct the carbon megastructure that foreign engineers had spent decades painstakingly building. Initially, the Iraqi aerial campaign was severely hindered by technological limitations and poor pilot proficiency. The early Soviet-supplied aircraft in the Iraqi arsenal, such as the MiG-23, lacked the sophisticated targeting computers and standoff weaponry required to effectively penetrate Kharg's airspace. The island was heavily defended by potent layers of anti-aircraft artillery and surface-to-air missiles, creating a lethal umbrella over the terminal facilities. Many Iraqi pilots, terrified of the intense ground fire, would release their unguided bombs harmlessly into the sea from high altitudes before fleeing back toward the mainland. It became immediately apparent to Saddam Hussein that destroying Kharg Island required a massive leap in airborne technology. To achieve this necessary upgrade, Baghdad turned to the military-industrial complex of the French Republic. In 1983, Iraq secured the temporary lease of highly advanced Super-Étendard strike fighters, which were later supplemented by formidable fleets of Mirage F-1 jets. These aircraft were not merely faster. They possessed advanced avionics and high-resolution radar systems capable of identifying maritime targets from vast distances. More importantly, these French jets were specifically designed to carry the ultimate anti-shipping weapon of the late 20th century. The introduction of the Exocet missile, a highly sophisticated, sea-skimming weapon designed to gut the internal compartments of steel ships by flying just meters above the wave crests to evade radar detection, fundamentally altered the geometry of the conflict. The Iraqis were no longer forced to fly directly over the island's terrifying anti-aircraft batteries to inflict damage. Instead, a Mirage F-1 pilot could fly out over the Central Gulf, acquire a radar lock on the massive steel profile of a supertanker berthed at Kharg, launch the Exocet from a standoff distance of 30 kilometers, and immediately turn back toward safety. The physical mechanics of an Exocet strike were devastating to both the industrial infrastructure and the merchant sailors caught in the blast radius. The specific airborne variant utilized by the Iraqis, the AM-39, was a triumph of destructive European engineering. The specific operational data of this weapon highlights its terrifying lethality against anchored commercial targets. The entire missile weighed approximately 670 kilograms, transforming it into a massive kinetic projectile traveling at Mach 0.93, or nearly the speed of sound. It carried a specialized 165-kilogram high-explosive fragmentation warhead, designed specifically to pierce armored steel and detonate deep inside the target's hull. It utilized a precise radar altimeter to maintain a flight path just 1 to 2 meters above the sea surface, rendering it virtually invisible to shipboard defense systems until seconds before impact. When an Exocet struck a supertanker moored at Kharg Island, the resulting physical trauma was visceral and immediate. The hardened nose of the missile would punch through the thick steel plating of the ship's hull, often targeting the massive engine rooms or the crew accommodation blocks situated at the stern. Even when the explosive warhead occasionally failed to detonate, the sheer kinetic energy of a 670-kilogram object traveling at near-supersonic speeds was enough to shatter heavy machinery and instantly kill anyone in its path. Furthermore, the unburned solid propellant from the missile's rocket motor would spray across the interior compartments upon impact. This highly volatile chemical mixture would ignite instantly, sparking uncontrollable, raging fires deep within the bowels of the vessel. The Iraqi strategy soon evolved from merely bombing the static storage tanks on the island to aggressively hunting the commercial tankers that dared to approach the terminal. This phase of the conflict, widely known as the Tanker War, was a deliberate escalation intended to terrorize international shipping conglomerates. By actively destroying commercial vessels, Baghdad sought to halt the flow of Iranian oil through sheer financial intimidation. Iraqi pilots would scour the waters south of Kharg, launching exocets at Liberian, Greek, and Turkish-flagged vessels, leaving a trail of burning steel and spilled crude across the northern Persian Gulf. The pristine blue waters surrounding the island were frequently stained with toxic, spreading oil slicks. Meanwhile, towering pillars of thick, greasy black smoke became a permanent feature of the regional horizon, visible from dozens of miles away. The goal of this systematic dismantlement was twofold, combining severe economic pressure with geopolitical maneuvering. First, it aimed to inflict unacceptable financial losses on the Iranian state by destroying their primary export commodity before it could reach the open ocean. Second, it sought to deliberately provoke an international crisis that would force foreign intervention. By demonstrating that no vessel was safe in the waters near Kharg Island, Saddam Hussein hoped to panic Western powers, who were deeply reliant on global energy supplies. He calculated that a severe disruption in the oil market would force the United States and its allies to intervene in the conflict and force Tehran to the negotiating table. Kharg Island had become the bloody anvil upon which the Iraqi Air Force continuously hammered, testing the very limits of Iranian endurance. The damage control ecosystem, human shields. To fully comprehend the history of Kharg Island during the 1980s, one must look beyond the macroeconomics of the global oil trade and the sleek aerodynamics of French missiles. The true story of the island is grounded heavily in the harrowing, everyday reality of its human defenders. These were the mechanical engineers, the pipeline welders, the terminal operators, and the maritime crews employed by the National Iranian Oil Company, NIOC. For 8 agonizing years, these men lived, worked, and bled in a state of perpetual siege. They inhabited an industrial battle space that was targeted for total destruction almost daily by a technologically superior adversary. Their primary mission was the relentless, highly dangerous execution of damage control, the immediate emergency repair of critical infrastructure, akin to performing frantic combat triage on ruptured, bleeding steel to prevent a total systemic collapse. When the Iraqi Mirage jets appeared on the early warning radar screens, the air raid sirens would immediately wail across the island. This piercing sound echoed off the natural limestone cliffs and reverberated against the hollow steel of the storage tanks, signaling imminent destruction. The workers had mere minutes to drop their tools and seek shelter in reinforced concrete bunkers before the kinetic rain began to fall. The sensory experience of enduring an airstrike on Kharg Island was a localized, terrifying vision of hell. The concussive shockwaves from the 250-kilogram bombs would violently rattle the lungs of the men huddled underground. The deafening roar of tearing metal, collapsing concrete, and shattering glass filled the air as the terminal facilities were systematically ripped apart above them. But the true test of their endurance began the moment the Iraqi bombers turned back toward Basra. The terminal operators and engineers could not afford to wait for the fires to burn themselves out, as every hour the pipelines were offline cost the Iranian war machine millions of dollars in lost revenue. They had to emerge from the bunkers into a landscape of twisting smoke, toxic sulfur fumes, and blazing crude oil, and immediately begin the work of reconstruction. The physical labor required to resurrect the carbon megastructure after a strike was unimaginably brutal and fraught with lethal peril. When a pipeline carrying highly pressurized crude oil was ruptured by flying shrapnel, it did not merely leak. It erupted with terrifying force, spewing a geyser of highly flammable, volatile liquid into the surrounding environment. The engineers had to wade through ankle-deep pools of crude, their heavy boots slick with oil, to manually close heavy isolation valves and shut off the flow. Once the immense pressure was contained, the specialized welders would move in to patch the bleeding steel. Their acetylene torches would spark against jagged, ruined pipes that were still radiating the intense heat of the recent explosions, risking a secondary ignition with every strike of the flint. This ecosystem of survival extended beyond the rocky shoreline and out into the treacherous, contested waters of the Gulf. When an Exocet missile inevitably found its mark on a moored supertanker, the responsibility for saving the vessel fell to the fearless captains and crews of the local fireboats. These small, highly maneuverable craft, equipped with massive, high-capacity water monitors, would race directly toward the blazing leviathans. Maneuvering a fireboat alongside a burning supertanker required a terrifying disregard for personal safety. The heat radiating from a burning crude carrier is intense enough to melt protective gear and blister human skin from dozens of meters away. The fireboat crews had to aggressively hold their positions in churning, oil-slicked waters, pumping thousands of gallons of seawater directly into the heart of the inferno. They were fighting a desperate, exhausting battle against thermodynamics. They strived to cool the tanker's steel bulkheads before the structural integrity of the ship failed, which would trigger a catastrophic, chain reaction explosion within the internal storage tanks. Furthermore, they performed these highly exposed duties, fully aware that the Iraqi jets could return at any moment to finish the job with a second volley of missiles. The dedication of these workers transformed them into literal human shields. They knowingly placed their own fragile bodies between the advanced Iraqi munitions and the fragile Iranian economy. The Iranian government recognized that keeping the oil flowing was the only way to sustain the grueling trench warfare on the mainland, and they poured massive resources into the island's defense and repair capabilities. They heavily subsidized the salaries of the NIOC employees, offering substantial financial incentives to keep them on the island. They paid exorbitant war risk bonuses to the merchant sailors willing to brave the dangerous waters, and they aggressively stockpiled massive reserves of spare parts, heavy pumps, and steel valves. Whenever the Iraqi Air Force managed to obliterate a vital section of the tea jetty or completely gut a million-barrel storage tank, the Iranian damage control teams would implement innovative, makeshift engineering solutions to bypass the destruction. If a primary loading arm was destroyed by a direct hit, they would quickly jury-rig a flexible, high-pressure hose connection to keep the oil moving. If a main pipeline was severed by a bomb crater, they would immediately route the crude through secondary, auxiliary channels built specifically for redundancy. The astonishing speed and mechanical efficiency of these emergency repairs became a vital dataset of human endurance and industrial resilience. The Iraqis, despite flying over 2,800 sorties and expending a fortune in advanced French munitions, were continually frustrated by the island's stubborn refusal to die. They would bomb a deep-water loading berth into twisted scrap on a Tuesday, only to have high-altitude reconnaissance photographs show Iranian tankers successfully loading crude from that very same sector by Friday. The damage control ecosystem cultivated by the NIOC was so incredibly robust that, despite the island being partially devastated by late 1986, the flow of oil was never entirely halted. The terminal operators simply bypassed the wreckage, utilizing makeshift buoys and smaller coastal tankers to shuttle the oil to safer waters further down the Gulf. The workers on Kharg Island absorbed the absolute worst horrors of modern industrial warfare and simply refused to stop pumping. The indestructible pivot. By the time the United Nations finally brokered a fragile ceasefire in the summer of 1988, Kharg Island was a haunting monument to the terrifying capabilities of modern aerial warfare. The island's landscape was heavily littered with the blackened, skeletal remains of bombed-out storage tanks. The massive concrete piers were deeply cratered, exposing the rusted rebar beneath, and the surrounding seabed was a silent graveyard of twisted metal, unexploded ordnance, and sunken steel. Yet, amidst the smoking ruins, the rhythmic, low-frequency hum of the oil pumps continued to vibrate persistently through the ancient coral rock. The story of Kharg Island in the 1980s is fundamentally a story of macrohistorical interconnectedness, a perfect illustration of how local geography shapes global destiny. It demonstrates clearly how a localized territorial dispute in the Mesopotamian marshes could directly draw upon French aerospace engineering to alter its outcome. It shows how a single missile strike in the Persian Gulf could instantly dictate the maritime insurance rates of shipping conglomerates in London. Ultimately, it reveals how the survival of a tiny island could impact the industrial output of factories in China and completely reshape the pricing structures of the global energy market. The island was the physical pivot upon which the entire geoeconomic balance of the decade turned. Without the oil flowing from Kharg, the Iranian state would have collapsed, altering the balance of power in the Middle East forever. Without the Iraqi attempts to destroy Kharg, the United States Navy would never have been drawn into the tanker war, an intervention that set the stage for decades of future American involvement in the region. Every geopolitical thread of the era eventually wound its way back to this single, heavily bombarded loading terminal. Furthermore, the bloody survival of Kharg Island proved a harsh, enduring truth about the nature of the modern, industrialized world. It demonstrated definitively that a nation's economic lifeblood, if defended by a sufficiently determined and technically skilled workforce, could survive an extreme, sustained application of kinetic trauma. Saddam Hussein possessed the advanced technology, the strategic intent, and the explosive firepower to theoretically erase the terminal from the map. Yet, he ultimately failed to sever the Iranian ledger. The engineers, welders, and fireboat captains of the National Iranian Oil Company, working amidst the roaring flames and the falling shrapnel, ensured that the island of fire would continue to burn its mark into human history. They proved that while technology can destroy steel, human endurance can rebuild it just as fast, keeping the gears of the global machine turning even in the face of total annihilation. Chapter 7. The Forbidden Island, Post-War to the Sanctions Era. The Architecture of Paranoia, the Garrison State. To comprehend the modern trajectory of Kharg Island, one must first examine the deep, scarred geology of its recent history. Rising from the Persian Gulf as a 22-square-kilometer outcrop of ancient coral limestone, the island sits approximately 25 kilometers off the coast of Iran's Bushehr province. It is situated roughly 483 kilometers northwest of the strategic Strait of Hormuz, anchoring it in the deep waters necessary for massive maritime logistics. For millennia, this isolated geography hosted a quiet mosaic of human settlement, evidenced by Achaemenid cuneiform inscriptions, Sassanid tombs, and the ruins of Christian monasteries. Yet the destiny of Kharg was irrevocably altered by its proximity to these deep waters, transforming it into the central conduit for the nation's immense hydrocarbon wealth. The island currently processes between 90 and 95% of Iran's total crude oil exports, acting as the beating heart of the state's economic survival. It serves as the terminus for a massive network of subsea pipelines that drag crude from the mainland's largest producing fields, including Avaz, Marun, and Gachsaran. This transition from an ancient, multi-faith trading post to a colossal industrial hub was violently interrupted by the devastation of the Iran-Iraq War between 1980 and 1988. Throughout this 8-year conflict, the island was subjected to an estimated 2,800 airstrikes by Iraqi forces, a staggering figure that reshaped the geography itself. The relentless bombardment, facilitated by laser-guided smart bombs and Exocet missiles, was explicitly designed to shatter the Iranian economy by severing its primary energy artery. Saddam Hussein's forces understood that disabling the loading jetties and fracturing the storage tanks would bring the revolutionary government in Tehran to its knees. However, despite the apocalyptic darkness of burning oil and the constant wail of air raid sirens, Iranian technicians continuously repaired the shattered pipelines. They worked under the shadow of Iraqi fighter bombers, refusing to let the crude stop flowing into the waiting holds of international supertankers. The trauma of enduring these 2,800 airstrikes permanently altered the island's operational and psychological DNA. The physical necessity of surviving under constant fire birthed a profound, institutional paranoia that required the total militarization of the geography. The Iranian state no longer viewed Kharg merely as an export terminal, but as a vulnerable, bleeding organ that required an impenetrable layer of armor to survive in a hostile world. Consequently, the administration and physical protection of the island were handed over to the IRGC. The IRGC functions as Iran's elite ideological armed force, a parallel military structure explicitly tasked with preserving the regime's political and territorial integrity against both domestic and foreign threats. Their physical takeover of Kharg marked a violent closing of the island's borders to the outside world. The guards fundamentally rewrote the landscape, enclosing the critical infrastructure within sprawling networks of steel fences, concrete blast walls, and fortified checkpoints. This military architecture served as a tangible, earthbound dataset of state paranoia. It became a physical manifestation of a nation determined to never again leave its vital assets exposed to the open sky. The island evolved into a pristine example of a garrison state. A garrison state is a society heavily reorganized around its military apparatus, where all civilian functions, civil liberties, and economic outputs are completely subordinated to defense and regime survival. Under the IRGC's mandate, the island was fortified into a heavily armed, insular citadel. The 112th Zulfikar Surface Combat Brigade, commanded by the IRGC Navy, was permanently stationed on the island, transforming the once sleepy coral shores into an active naval command center. The brigade operates from the Naui-Nabai 2nd Naval District, ensuring total control over the northern and central Persian Gulf. Anti-aircraft emplacements, including advanced Russian-made Tor M1 and S-300 systems, were erected alongside the massive oil storage tanks. These storage facilities are colossal, with the capacity to hold up to 30 million barrels of crude at any given time, demanding the highest tier of atmospheric defense. To further protect these assets, the island was carved into strict exclusion zones. An exclusion zone is a physical geographic area where civilian entry is illegal, enforced by armed patrols, lethal force authorizations, and dense surveillance networks. The militarization of Kharg Island fundamentally altered its physical layout, dividing the landmass into highly segregated operational sectors. The sprawling industrial facilities on the eastern and southern shores, where supertankers dock at deepwater berths, were completely isolated from the remaining administrative areas. The architecture of the island became entirely defensive, prioritizing the unbroken flow of subsea pipelines over the natural topography of the land. To understand the scale of this architectural paranoia, one must examine the specific dimensions and comparative statistics of the island's militarization. The total landmass of Kharg Island is merely 20 square kilometers, yet it houses infrastructure capable of loading 7 million barrels of oil per day. During the height of the Iran-Iraq War, the island absorbed a portion of the 2,800 recorded airstrikes directed at Iranian economic targets, forcing the construction of deep, reinforced concrete bunkers for operational staff. The exclusion zones now encompass over 70% of the island's viable surface area, heavily restricting access to the ancient Achaemenid ruins and the Mir Mohammed Shrine. The IRGC's naval presence includes a permanent deployment of Ashura-class and Zulfiqar-class fast-attack craft, equipped with multiple rocket launchers and anti-ship missiles, patrolling the immediate 25-kilometer maritime perimeter. This architectural hardening serves as a stark reminder of the long shadow cast by the conflict of the 1980s. The physical modifications to the island are a direct dataset of the trauma inflicted by nearly 3,000 bombing runs. By fortifying the coastlines, obscuring the operational nodes, and militarizing the horizon, the IRGC ensured that the island could function during a state of total war. Kharg was no longer just a piece of earth. It had been engineered into a black box weapon of economic resilience. The psychological footprint of this garrison state mentality cannot be overstated. Every steel fence and radar dome on Kharg Island speaks to a leadership that views global energy markets not as a space for cooperation, but as a theater of asymmetric warfare. The trauma of the 1980s proved that the international community would not intervene to stop the destruction of Iranian infrastructure. Therefore, the architecture of paranoia was not an overreaction, but a highly logical, earthbound adaptation to geopolitical isolation. Today, as geopolitical tensions repeatedly threaten the region's waterways, the island remains locked in this defensive posture. The U.S.-Israel military campaign that escalated in March 2026 brought the threat of destruction back to the shores of Kharg. United States officials openly discussed the potential of seizing the island to sever the economic lifeline of the regime. In response, the architecture of the garrison state was activated, with the IRGC preparing to deploy its swarm tactics and anti-ship missile batteries to defend the forbidden coral rock at all costs. The bureaucracy of exile, the indigenous clearance, the demands of the carbon megastructure and the subsequent militarization exacted a devastating toll on the island's native population. Before the discovery of offshore oil, Kharg was home to a modest community of indigenous islanders, primarily the descendants of pearl divers, fishermen, and ancient maritime traders. The island's unique ecology, featuring rare freshwater resources and diverse marine life, sustained these communities in relative isolation for centuries. However, the arrival of modern industry and the subsequent demands of state security began to systematically dismantle this traditional way of life. The celebrated Iranian intellectual and social critic Jalal Ali Ahmed captured the onset of this tragic sociological shift in his seminal 1960 monograph, The Island of Kharg, the orphan pearl of the Gulf. Traveling to the island during the early phases of its oil development, Ali Ahmed observed the geography as a microcosm of a rapidly modernizing society, fraught with deep tensions and contradictions. He was invited by the Western Oil Consortium to document the island, but instead produced a sweeping critique of industrial colonialism. He painstakingly documented the intricate social landscape of the indigenous people, recording their local dialects, agricultural practices, and the fading art of pearl diving. Ali Ahmed's prose framed the island as an orphan pearl, a unique cultural entity that was being aggressively swallowed by the machinery of Western-backed capitalism and the global thirst for crude. He warned that the mechanical rhythms of the oil terminal would eventually drown out the human rhythms of the native population. His ethnographic essay became a foundational text for understanding the anti-Western and anti-colonial position that would later define Iranian intellectualism, leading up to the 1979 revolution. As the oil terminal expanded through the 1960s and 1970s, the indigenous population faced severe marginalization. This marginalization eventually culminated in a rigid system of internal displacement under the IRGC. Internal displacement is the forced movement of people within their own borders, often driven by conflict, state policies, or the confiscation of ancestral lands for national security purposes. The native islanders were steadily pushed out of their coastal villages to make way for massive storage tanks, subsea pipelines, and eventually, the sprawling military barracks of the garrison state. The island's geography was deemed too sensitive, too vital to the state's survival, to allow an unvetted civilian population to move freely among the volatile infrastructure. Following the Iran-Iraq War and the IRGC's deep entrenchment, the state implemented draconian security protocols that effectively exiled the remaining indigenous population to the mainland. Today, Kharg is colloquially known as the Forbidden Island among the Iranian populace, a place of intense secrecy where the original culture has been entirely paved over. The bureaucracy of exile dictates that even the direct descendants of the original pearl divers require high-level security clearances simply to return to visit their ancestral homes or the ancient Sassanid graveyards. This bureaucratic friction acts as a physical dataset of demographic erasure. It illustrates exactly how state security protocols systematically dismantled the island's original cultural soul, replacing a living community with a sterile, highly monitored industrial zone. The contrast between the pre-industrial demographics and the modern militarized population highlights the stark reality of this displacement. In the era before the Iran-Iraq War, the island supported a mixed community of native fishermen, pearl divers, and a growing influx of domestic oil workers drawn by the initial economic boom of the 1960s. The total population recorded in the 2016 national census was merely 8,193 individuals, a fraction of what a bustling commercial hub could support. The vast majority of these 8,193 residents are not indigenous, but rather transient oil technicians, NIOC engineers, and rotating IRGC military personnel stationed on temporary deployments. To enter the island, any civilian must endure a rigorous vetting process by the Ministry of Intelligence and the IRGC, obtaining physical permits that heavily restrict their movement outside of designated administrative zones. The erasure of the human population is intriguingly mirrored by the shifting, degraded ecology of the island. The physical displacement of the native islanders coincided with a dramatic alteration in the local biosphere, an organic consequence of the garrison state. This shift is most notably observed in the avian population, specifically the Indian house crow. In the early 1970s, before the massive industrial expansion and militarization, the population of this invasive bird on Kharg Island was recorded at roughly 40 individuals. By 2010, the ecological balance had been completely shattered by the carbon megastructure. Thriving on the discarded industrial waste of the oil terminals and roosting in the imported eucalyptus trees planted around the military camps, the crow population had exploded to an estimated 5,500 individuals. This massive ecological shift serves as an organic, earthbound metric of the island's transformation. The natural habitat of the Persian gazelle and the pearl diver was violently replaced by an ecosystem sustained entirely by industrial refuse and military occupation. The tragedy of Kharg Island lies in the total subordination of its native identity to the demands of global energy markets and state paranoia. The ancient coral rock, once celebrated by Ali Ahmed for its human warmth, tribal coexistence, and cultural plurality, has been sterilized. The indigenous people, whose ancestors carved the ancient Christian tombs and harvested the vibrant pearl beds, have been replaced by a transient workforce of roughnecks and ideological soldiers. The bureaucracy of exile ensures that the island remains an opaque, heavily regulated space, where historical memory is actively overwritten by the brutal necessities of economic survival. The descendants of the pearl divers now live in the mainland cities of Bushehr and Shiraz, alienated from the shores that sustained their families for centuries. Their absence is the silent, unseen cost of the garrison state, a demographic void that proves the absolute supremacy of the oil economy over human heritage. The opaque asset, preparing for the shadows. To fully grasp the magnitude of Kharg Island's transformation into a clandestine fortress, one must look back to its brief, mid-century golden age as a transparent, international corporate hub. In the 1960s, under the rule of the Shah, the island was fundamentally reshaped by a massive joint venture between the National Iranian Oil Company and the American oil conglomerate Amoco. Shedding its grim 19th-century historical past as a place of desolate exile for political prisoners, Kharg eclipsed the mainland port of Abadan. It quickly became one of the world's largest and most efficient deep-water export terminals, capable of docking the largest supertankers on Earth. During this brief era of Western alignment, the island was populated by American engineers, featured modern 1960s cinemas, and functioned as a bustling, cosmopolitan epicenter of global commerce. It was an open asset, a proud symbol of Iran's rapidly modernizing economy and its integration into the global capitalist system. However, the 1979 Islamic Revolution abruptly severed these Western corporate ties, expelling the American engineers and nationalizing the entirety of the island's infrastructure. The subsequent 8-year war with Iraq forced the island into a defensive crouch, proving that its visibility was its greatest vulnerability. Following the war, the Iranian state realized that its economic lifeline was entirely too exposed to the whims of hostile foreign powers. As the geopolitical climate hardened, and the first waves of international economic sanctions began to bite in the late 1990s and 2000s, the strategy shifted dramatically. Kharg Island transitioned from a transparent, international hub into a heavily fortified, black box state asset. The physical infrastructure, the deep-water berths, the subsea pipelines, the massive tank farms, was meticulously obscured behind layers of state secrecy, military oversight, and digital manipulation. This post-war, sanctions-era transition served as the necessary incubation period that taught the Iranian state how to operate in the dark. The National Iranian Oil Company, deeply intertwined with the IRGC, was tasked with managing the island's colossal output under increasingly punitive global restrictions. To survive the economic strangulation imposed by the United States and its allies, the state had to invent entirely new methods of moving its carbon wealth across the oceans. The island's operators learned to master the mechanics of operating an enormous industrial complex in total secrecy, effectively setting the stage for the clandestine operations of the 21st century. Kharg Island became the logistical ground zero for the creation of Iran's notorious ghost fleets. As international pressure mounted to reduce Iran's oil exports to zero, the state developed a shadowy network of vessels, shell companies, and illicit maritime brokers. These ghost fleets rely on aging, often uninsured tankers that operate at the extreme margins of maritime law, allowing the state to sustain its economy and fund the IRGC's regional proxy networks. The island's deep-water terminals, capable of loading up to 7 million barrels a day, became the heavily guarded staging ground for these covert transits. The mechanics of this clandestine trade required a complete obfuscation of standard maritime protocols, all coordinated from the secure command centers on Kharg. Tankers arriving at the island routinely engage in highly deceptive maneuvers to hide their origins, destinations, and the true volume of their cargo. The survival of the state dictated the absolute perfection of these dark arts, which were incubated within the secure, impenetrable exclusion zones of the island. The specific tactics developed to obscure the asset's output include several highly coordinated operational maneuvers. Vessels frequently disable or manipulate their automatic identification systems, AIS, to create digital blackouts during their voyages to and from the island's loading jetties, rendering them invisible to standard maritime tracking software. The illicit crude loaded at Kharg is often subjected to repeated ship-to-ship transfers in the open ocean, physically blending Iranian oil with products from other nations to obscure its true chemical origin. The state utilizes a complex web of shell companies, frequent vessel reflagging, and forged documentation to bypass international insurance, tax, and safety requirements, often labeling the Kharg crude as Omani or Malaysian in origin. The IRGC Navy provides physical escorts for these shadow vessels within the Persian Gulf, utilizing the fast attack craft stationed at Kharg to deter any potential interdiction by Western naval forces. Through these opaque methodologies, the island manages to pump approximately 1.7 million to 3 million barrels of crude per day into the global market, defying the crushing weight of Western sanctions. The vast majority of this obscured crude flows to independent teapot refiners in China, securing the capital necessary to maintain the Iranian government's payroll and military apparatus. The ability to maintain this colossal volume of trade under a maximum pressure campaign is a direct, undeniable result of the architectural and bureaucratic fortification of Kharg Island. The island serves as the physical anchor for the Ghost Fleet, providing the secure, militarized environment necessary to load the sanctioned crude safely away from the prying eyes of the international community. Without the steel fences, the anti-aircraft batteries, and the strict exclusion zones, this shadow economy would collapse under the weight of foreign espionage and military sabotage. The transformation of Kharg Island is a profound study in macro-historical interconnectedness, demonstrating how geography dictates geopolitical destiny. The same geographic advantages, deep waters, proximity to mainland oil fields, and isolation, that brought the Dutch East India Company in the 18th century and Amoco in the 20th century now sustain a covert maritime empire that defies Western hegemony. The physical dataset is undeniable. The rusting steel fences, the hidden missile silos, and the silent, displaced coral shores all point to a singular, relentless drive for state survival. Kharg Island stands today not just as a hydrocarbon export terminal, but as a towering monument to the extreme measures a nation will take to enclose, fortify, and obscure its lifeblood from a hostile world. As the global energy crisis deepened in March 2026, the strategic importance of this opaque asset was thrust onto the world stage. United States President Donald Trump openly acknowledged the devastating potential of striking the island, noting that he had chosen not to wipe out the infrastructure solely to prevent a catastrophic spike in global oil prices. The very fact that the island was spared from the initial waves of the U.S.-Israel bombing campaign proves the terrifying success of its design. The garrison state had managed to make its most vital asset too big to fail, too critical to the global supply chain to be destroyed without triggering a worldwide economic collapse. The psychological warfare surrounding the island continues to escalate. The IRGC understands that Kharg is the Achilles heel of the Iranian economy. If the loading jetties are disabled, the state's revenues collapse overnight. Therefore, the paranoia is justified, and the architecture of the garrison state remains permanently activated. The island is trapped in a perpetual state of readiness, a black box fortress bracing for an impact that could alter the course of Middle Eastern history. In conclusion, the story of Kharg Island from the post-war era to the modern sanctions regime is a narrative of profound isolation and survival. It is the story of how a vibrant, indigenous pearl diving community was systematically erased by the bureaucratic friction of a state terrified of its own vulnerability. It is the story of how the trauma of 2,800 airstrikes forged an elite military caste that views every arriving oil tanker not as an instrument of commerce, but as a weapon of asymmetric war. Ultimately, the Forbidden Island remains the solitary, armored heart of Iran, pumping crude into the shadows to keep the nation alive. Chapter 8. The Ghost Fleet's Ledger, the Modern Lifeline. The coral, rock at the center of the world. History frequently hinges on unremarkable geography. Off the southwestern coast of Iran, floating in the azure expanse of the Persian Gulf, lies a scrubby, 22-square-kilometer strip of limestone and coral. To the ancients, it was a maritime crossroads where diverse human histories quietly coexisted. The island still bears the faint, weathered scars of a Chemonidera cuneiform carved in 550 BCE, alongside the crumbling ruins of a Christian monastery and an 18th-century Dutch fort. Yet this isolated outcrop, known as Kharg Island, is no mere archaeological curiosity. Today, Kharg Island exists as a supreme paradox of the 21st century. It is a tiny, sun-scorched rock that effectively dictates the economic survival of a nation of nearly 90 million people. The island's physical geography grants it a rare and formidable advantage over the mainland. Its surrounding waters are exceptionally deep, providing a natural bathymetric fortune that allows colossal supertankers to approach the island directly. These massive ships easily bypass the shallow, silty coastlines of the Iranian mainland, making the island an ideal maritime hub. Because of this deep water access, Kharg Island evolved during the oil booms of the 1960s into the undisputed economic backbone of the Islamic Republic. Today, the island processes a staggering 90% of the nation's vital crude oil exports. This translates to approximately 950 million barrels of crude flowing through its pipelines and storage tanks annually. It is a gargantuan logistical warehouse, guarded fiercely by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who have transformed the territory into a heavily militarized fortress. Iranians frequently refer to Kharg as the Forbidden Island, a place where entry is restricted strictly to those possessing high-level security clearances. Beyond the imposing steel fences and military watchtowers, a relentless industrial choreography plays out day and night. The terminal receives crude from three major offshore fields, Abuzar, Foruzan, and Dorud, via a complex network of subsea pipelines. Once received, the crude is pumped into vast onshore processing facilities before being stored in massive tanks or shipped to global markets. However, the modern story of Kharg Island is not merely one of industrial triumph. It is a narrative of extraordinary adaptation under siege. The island has been forced to evolve from a transparent, globally integrated corporate shipping hub into the world's most prolific clandestine smuggling node, just to survive. This transformation was not driven by natural forces, but by the imposition of a suffocating, invisible net woven by Western financial institutions. To understand how Kharg Island functions today, one must first understand the anatomy of the digital blockade that attempted to erase it from the global market. The digital blockade, the anatomy of sanctions. In the modern era, sieges are rarely conducted with wooden ships or stone barricades. Instead, they are executed through the quiet, sterile keystrokes of financial regulators in distant capitals. Beginning in earnest around 2012, and intensifying sharply in 2018 under a campaign of maximum pressure, the United States and the European Union unleashed a barrage of crippling financial sanctions against Iran. These sanctions were not abstract international laws debated in sterile boardrooms. They functioned as a suffocating, invisible net, attempting to physically halt the flow of 950 million barrels of crude annually. The ultimate objective of this digital blockade was to bring Iranian oil exports to absolute zero, thereby starving the state of its primary revenue source. The masterstroke of this financial siege was the weaponization of the SWIFT system, the digital messaging network banks used to move money securely across international borders. In 2012, European authorities ordered the disconnection of dozens of Iranian banks from this critical infrastructure. Disconnecting a nation from this network is the financial equivalent of severing its vocal cords and crushing its ears. Without SWIFT, monetary flows become practically impossible to verify, secure, or execute on a global scale. Without access to this digital ledger, traditional buyers in Europe, Japan, and South Korea could no longer legally pay for Iranian crude. Furthermore, international firms could no longer provide the vital maritime insurance required to legally move oil across the oceans. This digital blockade forced an immediate and severe physical reality upon the shores of Kharg Island. The flow of crude from the inland fields of Khuzestan and the offshore platforms did not simply stop when the digital cables were cut. The oil continued to well up from the earth, filling Kharg's massive storage tanks to the brim. The island boasts a storage capacity of roughly 30 million barrels, but without a viable export route, these steel reservoirs risked becoming useless monuments to a paralyzed economy. Kharg Island was faced with a stark binary: either succumb to the financial suffocation and shut down production, or invent a new, shadow-bound method of surviving the siege. Iran chose to survive, and in doing so, it fundamentally altered the mechanics of global maritime logistics. The state could no longer sell its oil transparently, so it built an entirely parallel, illicit supply chain that operated beneath the threshold of Western surveillance. Kharg Island became the origin point for a massive, high-stakes shell game played with million-ton steel behemoths to bypass the global financial system. The data clearly illustrates the drastic shift in the island's operational reality before and after the imposition of these suffocating sanctions. To comprehend the scale of this transformation, we must examine the comparative realities of Kharg Island's export economy. The transparent era, pre-sanctions. Prior to 2012, and briefly during the JCPOA agreement, Iranian exports operated openly, reaching peaks of roughly 2.7 million barrels per day. These shipments were heavily tracked, legally insured by European firms, and settled transparently through international banking channels. The clandestine era, post-sanctions. Following the 2018 withdrawal from the nuclear deal, transparent exports initially plummeted. However, they eventually stabilized between 1.38 and 1.6 million barrels per day. These volumes are now moved almost entirely through obfuscated black market channels, deliberately hidden from global surveillance, and bartered outside the traditional dollar system. The revenue chasm. Despite exporting massive volumes, the clandestine nature of the trade extracts a heavy toll. Iran is forced to sell its crude at steep discounts, often $8 to $14 below global benchmark prices, just to entice buyers willing to risk the sanctions. This monumental effort to evade the digital blockade required an entirely new type of maritime infrastructure. It required a fleet capable of operating entirely outside the boundaries of international maritime law and financial oversight. It required the birth of the phantom megastructures. The phantom megastructures, clandestine logistics. To physically move nearly 1 billion barrels of oil a year under the watchful eyes of Western intelligence, Iran required ships willing to break every rule of the sea. This necessity birthed the Ghost Fleet, an armada of unregistered ships operating in the shadows, characterized by obscured ownership and a blatant disregard for international safety regulations. This fleet is primarily composed of aging very large crude carriers, massive, ocean-going steel behemoths designed to carry millions of barrels of liquid cargo. Many of these vessels are over 15 years old, plagued by substandard maintenance, and sailing without legitimate Western insurance. The operation of this ghost fleet relies heavily on geographic and digital obfuscation to survive. The primary weapon in this deceptive arsenal is AIS spoofing, broadcasting fake GPS coordinates to hide a ship's true location from satellite tracking networks. The automatic identification system is an internationally mandated transponder meant to ensure maritime safety by transmitting a vessel's identity, speed, and heading. Ghost ships evade surveillance by deliberately feeding false data into their transponders, creating phantom tracks that mislead regulatory authorities and maritime intelligence firms. This digital deception allows the vessels to appear fully compliant while masking highly illicit, earthbound activity. A ship might broadcast a digital signal indicating it is safely anchored in the Red Sea, while its physical hull is actually docked at Kharg Island, loading hundreds of thousands of barrels of sanctioned crude. In one extreme case observed by maritime intelligence, a tanker named the NV Aquamarine transmitted data suggesting it was traveling at an impossible speed of 102 knots. This was a clear digital anomaly betraying its manipulated signal, proving that the ship's physical reality was entirely divorced from its digital footprint. These specific spoofing tactics manifest in several distinct, highly coordinated patterns of evasion. Location falsification, transmitting fabricated positional data to conceal a vessel's actual whereabouts, making it appear stationary in international waters while it secretly navigates sanctioned ports like Kharg Island. Identity theft, broadcasting the unique identification numbers of another active, legitimate vessel to mask the sanctioned ship's movements, essentially cloning a clean ship's digital signature. The digital handshake, a coordinated maneuver where a high-risk tanker and a clean ship sail close together. The high-risk vessel temporarily assumes the clean ship's identity, while the legitimate vessel goes completely dark, allowing illicit operations to occur without implicating the clean vessel. Zombie vessel exploitation. Bad actors broadcast the identity of a decommissioned or scrapped ship. This allows illicit activity to occur under a dead identity that authorities are unlikely to actively monitor or pursue. However, manipulating digital signals is only half the battle in this clandestine war. The physical identity of the ship must also be washed clean to evade port authorities and visual satellite inspections. To achieve this, the Ghost Fleet engages in elaborate vessel identity laundering, a process far more sophisticated than simply painting a new name on a rusted hull. Smugglers actively exploit vulnerabilities in the International Maritime Organization numbering system to create entirely fraudulent shell identities. They deceive the global registry into issuing a new, clean identification number for a ship that does not actually exist. Once this fake identity is secured, the sanctioned vessel undergoes extensive physical modifications to match its new digital ghost. Crews painstakingly repaint the massive steel hulls while at sea, altering physical dimensions and structural profiles where possible to match the color scheme of the stolen identity. The labor is arduous, requiring sailors to hang from scaffolding over the open ocean, applying thick coats of marine paint to hide the ship's true history. Consider the case of the sanctioned vessel known as the Kingsway. To evade international authorities, this dirty vessel successfully underwent a sophisticated identity laundering operation that kept it hidden for nearly 3 years. The Kingsway adopted the laundered identity of a ship called the Apex, repainting its hull and completely altering its operational patterns to match the new cover. This intense physical deception ensures that if the ship is photographed by low Earth orbit satellites, its visual reality aligns perfectly with its fraudulent digital footprint. Similarly, the tanker Shanghai Queen engaged in extensive digital and physical manipulation to shuttle Iranian crude. It executed impossibly rapid diversions to Pakistan's Karachi anchorage on digital trackers, while physically sailing into Iranian waters to take on sanctioned cargo. These ships are not merely breaking laws. They are rewriting the physical reality of the ocean, turning massive steel freighters into untraceable phantoms. Yet, even with laundered identities and spoofed signals, a ghost ship cannot simply sail into a foreign port and unload its sanctioned cargo without raising suspicion. The crucible of ship-to-ship transfers. The final and most dangerous link in this clandestine logistical chain is the ship-to-ship transfer, moving liquid cargo between vessels at sea to wash its origin. Rather than docking at a regulated terminal where paperwork is scrutinized and origins are verified, the ghost fleet moves its cargo in the lawless expanse of the open ocean. These transfers frequently occur in deep-water maritime hubs outside strict national jurisdictions. The Gulf of Oman and the South China Sea, particularly off the coast of Malaysia, have become the primary staging grounds for these dangerous maneuvers. The physical mechanics of an at-sea cargo transfer require immense skill, brute force, and an extraordinary tolerance for occupational risk. Two moving steel behemoths, each weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, must be brought parallel to one another in the open, rolling swell. Seafarers must carefully manage interaction forces and artificial waves generated by the massive hulls to prevent catastrophic collisions. Giant pneumatic rubber fenders are lowered between the ships to absorb the crushing kinetic impact of the ocean's movement. Heavy spring lines, breast lines, and stern lines are then winched tight by the deck crews to lock the two vessels together. Once the ships are bound, the dangerous physical labor truly begins. Heavy, high-pressure cargo hoses are hoisted across the perilous gap, separating the two pitching decks. The crews must secure these heavy flange connections while battling the wind and salt spray, knowing that a single ruptured hose or snapped mooring line could result in a massive environmental disaster. The labor is exhausting and fraught with severe occupational hazards. Deckhands face the constant threat of crushing injuries from shifting heavy machinery and snapping steel cables. They risk severe burns from hot steam lines and the deadly inhalation of volatile chemical fumes or hydrogen sulfide gas escaping from the crude. Adding to the immense peril, these operations are routinely conducted entirely dark, with both vessels disabling their navigation lights and AIS transponders to avoid satellite detection. In the pitch black of the ocean night, under the constant threat of discovery, crews pump millions of barrels of highly flammable crude oil from the mother ship to the daughter vessel. Airflows around the massive steel structures frequently create dangerous wind eddies, allowing explosive gas accumulations to pool invisibly on the decks. It is a terrifying, high-wire act of industrial labor, yet it is performed hundreds of times a year by the men of the Ghost Fleet. During these dark transfers, the illicit cargo is frequently subjected to deceptive blending schemes. The Iranian crude is intentionally mixed with oils from other origins, typically Iraqi or Emirati blends, directly within the ship's hold. By physically altering the chemical composition of the oil and generating falsified bills of lading, the smugglers successfully erase the cargo's paper trail. This intense, dangerous labor washes the oil clean, allowing it to finally enter the global market under the guise of an Omani or Malaysian blend. The Ghost Fleet survives through sweat, steel, and shadow. The Dragon's Tether, Sino-Iranian codependency. If the Ghost Fleet represents the mechanical muscle of Kharg Island survival, The destination of these phantom ships represents its macro-historical anchor. The millions of barrels of crude quietly siphoned from the dark waters of the Persian Gulf are not sailing aimlessly into the void. They are being drawn steadily eastward by an insatiable industrial gravitational pull. As Western markets slammed their doors shut, a massive, liquid tether formed across the ocean. This tether binds the tiny coral rock of Kharg Island directly to the roaring economic engines of Beijing. Today, this clandestine maritime route to China constitutes the ultimate dataset of survival for the Islamic Republic. The scale of this geographic pivot is absolute and unprecedented in modern petropolitics. Prior to the imposition of strict financial sanctions, Iran's oil flowed to a diverse, global portfolio of international buyers, including massive contracts in Europe and Japan. Today, that diverse market has essentially collapsed into a monopsony. Data indicates that upwards of 80 to 90% of all oil exported from Kharg Island is now purchased exclusively by China. In 2025 alone, this tether accounted for roughly 1.38 million barrels of crude per day, navigating the shadow routes directly into Chinese ports. This exclusive reliance frames Kharg Island not just as an isolated Iranian asset, but as a critical, life-sustaining node in China's own complex energy security architecture. However, the oil does not flow to China's massive state-owned energy conglomerates, as one might expect. Fearing the crippling reach of American secondary sanctions, Beijing's state majors officially halted the direct importation of Iranian crude in 2018. Instead, the Iranian Ghost Fleet unloads its dark cargo to a highly specific, fragmented subset of the Chinese industrial landscape: the teapot refineries. These teapots are small, independent industrial facilities operating largely outside the state monopoly. They are clustered predominantly in the eastern coastal province of Shandong, a region that has rapidly become the terminal endpoint for the world's sanctioned oil. Unlike the state-backed giants, these independent refiners operate on razor-thin, sometimes negative, profit margins. To survive in a fiercely competitive domestic market, the teapots rely desperately on heavily discounted feedstock. For these independent processors, the sanctioned, hidden crude originating from Kharg Island is an irresistible economic boon. Because the oil is illegal to trade on the open, transparent market, Iran is forced to offer steep financial concessions just to move its product. Tehran frequently sells its crude to the Shandong teapots at a massive discount, often $8 to $14 per barrel below global benchmark prices. This symbiotic relationship perfectly aligns the desperate, structural needs of both parties. Iran receives the vital cash flow necessary to sustain its government and military apparatus, circumventing the American attempt to starve the state. Simultaneously, the independent Chinese refiners receive the cheap, high-sulfur energy required to maintain their precarious profitability and keep their local economies afloat. This economic reliance provides Beijing with a highly convenient layer of plausible deniability on the world stage. By funneling the illicit oil through the independent teapots rather than state-owned enterprises, the Chinese government theoretically insulates its broader economy from direct sanctions exposure. Yet, upon closer inspection, this separation is largely a bureaucratic mirage. Many of these purportedly independent refineries are deeply entwined with the Chinese state apparatus. They maintain lucrative joint ventures with national oil companies and supply refined petroleum products directly back to government-linked consumers. The teapots act as a necessary geopolitical buffer, allowing the liquid tether to remain strong while officially keeping the state's hands clean. The architecture of a shadow partnership. The codependency between Kharg Island and the Chinese industrial heartland is no longer merely a temporary workaround to survive a passing political administration. It has been codified into a long-term, macro-historical alliance that reshapes the Eurasian continent. In March 2021, This relationship was formalized through the signing of a sweeping 25-year comprehensive strategic partnership. Under the terms of this monumental accord, China committed to investing an estimated $400 billion into Iranian energy, banking, and transportation infrastructure over a quarter century. In exchange for this massive influx of capital and technology, Beijing secured a guaranteed, heavily discounted supply of Iranian crude oil to fuel its continued economic expansion. This agreement fundamentally alters the geopolitical gravity of the Middle East. It actively replaces the fragile, dollar-based transactions of the past with a robust, insulated system of strategic bartering. Because the SWIFT network remains largely inaccessible to Tehran, the two nations have pioneered a massive, construction-for-oil paradigm to settle their debts. Ghost ships deliver millions of barrels of crude to the Shandong teapots under the cover of darkness. In return, Chinese state-backed engineering firms arrive in Iran to construct modernized refineries, expand national railway networks, and upgrade telecommunications grids. The oil is washed of its origin at sea, and the money is washed of its origin through poured concrete and laid steel. To facilitate whatever hard currency must cross borders, the two states rely on an intricate web of front companies and shadow banking networks operating in gray zones. Shell companies registered in permissive jurisdictions like Hong Kong and the United Arab Emirates act as financial intermediaries. They process payments for the illicit oil while deliberately obscuring the true beneficiaries through layered corporate ownership. These networks allow Iranian officials and the Revolutionary Guard to access the billions of dollars generated by Kharg Island's exports, bypassing the American financial blockade entirely. This deep, structural integration signifies a profound shift in global power dynamics from west to east. By tethering its economy to the underground export capacity of Kharg Island, Beijing is actively constructing a strategic energy reserve that Western financial regulators cannot easily disrupt. The millions of barrels quietly unloaded in Asian ports prove that sanctions, while economically punishing to the Iranian populace, have failed to achieve their ultimate objective of zeroing out regime revenues. Instead, the digital blockade inadvertently forged an unbreakable bond between two nations united by their desire to circumvent Western hegemony. Kharg Island, therefore, is no longer just a piece of Iranian sovereign territory floating in the Persian Gulf. It has been elevated to a vital, external organ of the Chinese industrial state. Its continued operation is protected not merely by the military fortifications and anti-aircraft batteries erected along its coral shores, but by the sheer weight of superpower codependency. So long as the heavy, rusted hulls of the Ghost Fleet continue to brave the dark waters of the Gulf of Oman, the tether remains unbroken. So long as the hungry teapots of Shandong require their discounted feedstock to survive, the island will continue to pump its lifeblood into the ocean. The invisible net of Western sanctions has not stopped the flow of history. It has simply forced it deep underground. In the shadows of the global economy, the ledger of the Ghost Fleet continues to balance the geopolitical future of the modern world, proving that liquid energy will always find a path to power. Chapter 9. The Single Point of Failure, March 2026 Context. The macrohistorical convergence. Human history is frequently dictated by the sudden, violent compression of geography. There are rare, pivotal moments when the sprawling complexities of global trade, military hegemony, and terrestrial resources are suddenly forced through a single, microscopic bottleneck. Just as the global oceanic explorations of the late 15th century compressed the known world and permanently intertwined disparate civilizations, the events of early 2026 forced the modern global economy to pivot entirely upon a 22-square-kilometer outcrop of ancient coral. This tiny landmass, situated 55 kilometers northwest of the Bushehr port and 28 kilometers from the Iranian mainland, is known as Kharg Island. It is the undisputed economic backbone of an entire geopolitical bloc, a singular geographic node, where the macrohistorical forces of energy consumption and maritime trade converge. To understand the immense vulnerability of this space, one must first understand its organic geography. Kharg Island is an ancient geological formation, stretching barely 8 kilometers in length and roughly 5 kilometers in width. Unlike the shifting sandbars that dominate much of the Persian Gulf, Kharg is a solid coral rock, providing an incredibly stable foundation for heavy industrial infrastructure. Furthermore, the waters surrounding the island plunge to exceptional depths directly off the coastline. This deep-water perimeter is the island's most defining geographic asset, allowing colossal supertankers to dock safely without the need for extensive dredging. This unique combination of solid bedrock and deep water transformed the island into an irreplaceable mercantile post over the centuries. Archaeological evidence reveals ancient Achaemenid tombs carved directly into the coral, alongside the structural remnants of a 7th-century Christian monastic complex. During the 18th century, the Dutch East India Company recognized the island's strategic utility, establishing a fortified trading factory to control the flow of regional wealth. By the mid-20th century, the modern Iranian state realized that Kharg's geography was perfectly suited not for spices or textiles, but for the mass exportation of pressurized hydrocarbons. The island eventually eclipsed mainland ports like Abadan, which simply could not accommodate the massive draft of modern crude carriers. By the dawn of 2026, Kharg Island had evolved into a labyrinthine industrial fortress. It processed a staggering 90% of the Iranian nation's total crude oil exports, handling approximately 950 million barrels of volatile liquid every single year. The island acted as a vital nerve center, receiving crude from 3 major offshore fields, Abuzar, Foruzan, and Dorud, via a complex network of subsea pipelines. The oil was pumped onto the coral rock, processed through onshore facilities, and pumped into massive steel storage vessels waiting to be loaded onto Asian-bound supertankers. The entire Iranian economy, and by extension the stability of global energy markets, was tethered to this tiny speck of rock. Yet extreme concentration of value inevitably breeds extreme vulnerability. A system that relies on a single geographic node is inherently fragile, subject to the brutal physics of kinetic disruption. When the geopolitical landscape fractured in late February 2026, Kharg Island ceased to be merely a transit terminal for ancient sunlight. It instantly transformed into the most scrutinized, highly contested, and terrifyingly vulnerable piece of real estate on the planet. The island became a single point of failure, isolated in the deep waters of the Persian Gulf, waiting for the sky to fall. The geographic noose, Operation Epic Fury. The global compression accelerated with terrifying speed in the early hours of February 28, 2026. After months of escalating regional tension and failed diplomatic maneuvers in Oman and Switzerland, the United States and Israel initiated a massive, synchronized military campaign. The American offensive was designated Operation Epic Fury, while the corresponding Israeli effort was named Operation Roaring Lion. These parallel campaigns represented an unprecedented application of kinetic strikes, a deliberate intersection of high-velocity munitions with terrestrial targets designed to instantly sever structural integrity. The primary objective was not the immediate occupation of territory, but the systematic dismantling of the Islamic Republic's military and economic infrastructure. In the first 24 hours alone, the United States utilized nearly twice the firepower of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. The Israel Defense Forces simultaneously executed thousands of sorties, employing more than 6,000 munitions to hunt down ballistic missile launchers and command nodes. This staggering volume of explosive force was directed heavily toward the maritime domain. The Allied planners understood that before Kharg Island could be neutralized or leveraged, it first had to be completely severed from its naval protectors. They set out to cast a geographic noose around the coral rock, weaponizing the surrounding ocean to enforce absolute isolation. The Iranian regular navy, known as Nadaja, had long served as the maritime shield for the nation's economic heart. Their prized surface combatants were the domestically built Jamarang-class corvettes, also designated as the Mauj-class frigates. These vessels, displacing 1,500 tons and measuring 95 meters in length, represented the pinnacle of Iranian naval engineering and a potent symbol of domestic pride. They were armed with 76mm naval guns, Nor anti-ship missiles, and Sayed-2 surface-to-air interceptors, designed specifically to project power across the strategic waterways of the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Against the coordinated assault of the most advanced aerospace forces on Earth, these steel leviathans were rendered entirely obsolete within hours. On March 1, 2026, United States Central Command confirmed the sinking of an Iranian Jamarang-class corvette at a pier in the Kharg Naval Basin near Chabahar. A kinetic strike, likely a precision-guided bomb or an underwater torpedo, effortlessly severed the warship's hull, sending it directly to the bottom of the Gulf of Oman. Satellite imagery captured the grim reality of the vessel settling into the mud, surrounded by the thick black smoke of burning naval infrastructure. This destruction was not an isolated incident. It was a systematic eradication. By the end of the campaign's opening phase, the Pentagon claimed to have destroyed all 11 Iranian ships stationed in the Gulf of Oman, effectively erasing the nation's surface fleet. A massive Iranian drone carrier, described as being comparable in size to a World War II-era aircraft carrier, was similarly targeted and neutralized. The United States explicitly targeted the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, mine-laying enterprise and naval bases to guarantee this maritime paralysis. This rapid naval destruction achieved far more than a tactical military victory. It violently severed Kharg Island's maritime lifelines. Without a surviving surface fleet to patrol the coastal approaches, the island was suddenly, violently isolated from mainland naval support. The deep waters that historically allowed colossal supertankers to safely dock now acted as an impenetrable physical barrier, isolating the garrison and the civilian industrial workers. The ocean surrounding Kharg transformed into a vast, empty moat, monitored from above by American and Israeli aviation operating with absolute impunity. The psychological impact of this maritime isolation was profoundly historical. Kharg Island had long served as a place of exile due to its harsh, scorching climate, a natural prison where political dissenters were banished because the surrounding sea made escape impossible. In March 2026, the entire industrial complex reverted to this ancient penal status. The engineers, the military personnel, and the massive storage tanks were effectively trapped. They were hostage to the deep water, waiting in the blistering heat for the next phase of a war decided by forces thousands of meters above their heads. The severing of these maritime lines fundamentally altered the geopolitical calculus of the Persian Gulf. A nation that had projected its influence across the Middle East through proxy networks was suddenly unable to defend its most vital domestic asset. By sinking the Mauj-class frigates and dominating the Gulf of Oman, the Allied forces established a physical perimeter of denial. They dictated the terms of existence for Kharg Island solely through the brutal physics of kinetic energy and the unforgiving reality of oceanic isolation. The electronic canopy, shielding the Pearl. Stripped of its naval perimeter, Kharg Island was forced to rely entirely upon its terrestrial fortifications. The Iranian military attempted to shield the Pearl of its oil empire through the desperate deployment of an Integrated Air Defense System, or IADS. An IADS is a synchronized network of radars and missiles, effectively an invisible electromagnetic net cast into the sky to detect, track, and destroy incoming threats. This network represented a frantic effort to erect a synthetic, electronic dome over the island's organic coral geography and sprawling industrial infrastructure. It was an invisible architecture of radio waves and software, frantically attempting to hold back the physical reality of descending explosive ordnance. The cornerstone of this electronic canopy was the Bavar 373. The Bavar 373 is Iran's domestically produced long-range missile system, designed as a direct competitor to the Russian S-300 and the American Patriot systems. The system was born out of historical necessity, developed rapidly after international sanctions temporarily blocked Iran from acquiring foreign air defense technology. It relies on a complex interplay of mobile radar vehicles and transporter erector launchers, all synchronized to execute a physical explosive attack against high-altitude stealth aircraft and cruise missiles. To understand the desperate mathematics of this synthetic dome, one must examine the specific physical parameters of the Bavar 373 system. The operational differences between the island's defenses and the incoming threats dictate the architecture of the canopy. The system utilizes the Maraj 4 three-dimensional active, electronically scanned array radar, which actively sweeps the sky to detect targets at distances up to 450 kilometers. Its dedicated X-band engagement radar offers a localized detection range of 320 kilometers, capable of simultaneously tracking up to 60 distinct targets. The system deploys the Sayed-4B interceptor missile, a vertically launched projectile capable of traveling at high speeds to engage threats at a maximum range of 300 kilometers. The entire apparatus is highly mobile, mounted on heavy tactical trucks like the Zafar and Zaljanna, allowing the crew to physically relocate the electronic net within 30 minutes to avoid counterstrikes. Beneath the sweeping, high-altitude umbrella of the Bavar 373, the Iranians layered shorter-range defenses to intercept munitions that breached the outer canopy. The primary tool for this localized defense was the Tor M1 system, originally developed in Russia. The Tor M1 functions as a localized kinetic shotgun for close-in defense, utilizing rapid reaction radar to track and destroy targets that have slipped past the long-range interceptors. Mounted on a tracked chassis, it was designed to guard specific point targets, such as industrial facilities and command centers, against precision-guided munitions and low-flying drones. The physical parameters of the Tor M1 reveal the desperate, close-quarters nature of its operational role in shielding the oil infrastructure. The specific comparative data dictates its tactical utility. The system utilizes the 9M331 interceptor missile, which boasts a maximum engagement range of only 12 kilometers. The interceptors are effective up to a maximum altitude of 6,000 meters, strictly confining their protective dome to the immediate airspace directly above the target facility. The missile achieves a speed of 850 meters per second, engineered to intercept incoming threats within a reaction time of mere seconds before impact. The autonomous tracked vehicle houses both the surveillance radar and the engagement radar, alongside a sealed magazine of 8 vertically launched missiles, allowing it to operate independently of the broader network. Despite the impressive technical specifications of these layered systems, the synthetic dome erected over Iran's strategic sites collapsed almost immediately upon contact with American and Israeli air power. By March 3, 2026, the United States and Israel had definitively achieved air superiority over the entire Persian Gulf. The failure of the Iranian electronic canopy was not due to a lack of hardware, but rather the overwhelming application of advanced electronic warfare and sheer kinetic volume. The Allied forces subjected the Iranian radar sites to aggressive electromagnetic spectrum operations, essentially pumping blinding radio noise into the receivers before physically dismantling them with precision strikes. The resulting tactical reality was described by aerospace analysts as a severe sensor gap. Recognizing that activating an active electronically scanned array radar was tantamount to inviting a lethal kinetic strike, Iranian operators were forced into a terrified survivalist posture. They actively hid their heavy engagement radars in hardened underground shelters, garrisoned deep in the earth, refusing to emit the electromagnetic waves necessary to guide their interceptor missiles. They deployed mobile decoy launchers to absorb the Allied munitions, desperately hoping to deplete the incoming stockpiles of American smart bombs. But an air defense system that refuses to turn on its radar is effectively useless. The invisible dome dissolved entirely, leaving the organic geography of Kharg Island completely exposed to the sky. By the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, the United States Secretary of Defense declared with chilling finality that Iran possessed no functional air defenses. The Bavar 373 batteries, the Tor M1 tracked vehicles, and the intricate webs of command and control nodes had been systematically hunted, tracked, and destroyed. The skies above the Persian Gulf were owned entirely by Allied bomber pulses and fighter sorties, operating with absolute impunity. The synthetic canopy had been shredded, leaving the island's terrifying physical reality sitting naked in the crosshairs. The combustible hostage, physics of the crosshairs. With the maritime lifelines severed and the electronic canopy shattered, Kharg Island was reduced to its purest, most terrifying physical reality. It became a colossal, combustible hostage in the center of a geopolitical war zone. To understand the extreme tension of March 2026, one must firmly ground the conflict in the terrifying chemistry of the island's primary cargo. Kharg Island is not merely an economic transit point. It is a massive, concentrated repository of ancient, highly pressurized solar energy. The island boasts an estimated storage capacity of 30 million barrels of crude oil, with roughly 18 million barrels physically sitting in the storage tanks when the Allied bombs began to fall. These storage vessels, particularly the massive structures known as Tank 25 and Tank 27, are marvels of modern industrial engineering. Rehabilitated in 2025, despite crushing international financial sanctions, each of these specific tanks was expanded to hold exactly 1 million barrels of crude oil. To a petroleum economist calculating global supply chains, these tanks represent national revenue and critical market stability. To a military tactician calculating the yields of kinetic strikes, these tanks are not economic assets. They are terrifying physical liabilities. They are incredibly thin-walled steel cylinders containing oceans of volatile energy, waiting for a single, high-heat catalyst to unleash their fury. The apocalyptic danger of Kharg Island lies in the fundamental scientific nature of hydrocarbon volatility. Hydrocarbon volatility refers to the ease with which a chemical vaporizes into a gas and subsequently ignites, transforming stored ancient sunlight into sudden, expanding hellfire. Crude oil contains a remarkably high fraction of light, volatile organic compounds that desperately want to escape their liquid state. When exposed to the ambient heat of the Persian Gulf atmosphere, these light hydrocarbons readily evaporate into highly flammable, invisible gases. Inside a 1-million-barrel storage tank, oceans of this dark liquid sit directly beneath a concentrated layer of combustible vapor, restrained from the outside world only by the welded steel walls of the vessel. The entire 22-square-kilometer island is effectively a geological powder keg, primed and pressurized by human industry. The grim physics of intersecting advanced kinetic weaponry with these pressurized hydrocarbons dictates a sequence of virtually unstoppable catastrophic events. When a high-velocity kinetic strike, such as a heavily armored precision-guided bomb, penetrates an industrial tank filled with liquid, it immediately initiates a phenomenon known to fluid dynamics engineers as the hydrodynamic ram effect. The sheer kinetic energy of the incoming projectile transfers instantly and violently into the dense liquid. Because liquids are fundamentally incompressible, this massive injection of energy generates a supersonic shockwave that travels rapidly through the crude oil, violently impacting the interior walls of the tank from the inside out. Before the explosive warhead even detonates, the hydrodynamic ram effect alone can catastrophically rupture the steel structure, ejecting a massive, atomized spurt of fuel into the surrounding air. If the resulting vapor cloud ignites from the heat of the munition, the situation rapidly devolves into a terrifying industrial phenomenon known as a BLEVE, a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. A BLEVE is physically analogous to a sealed pressure cooker failing instantly, releasing a massive shockwave of boiling fuel that ignites into a miniature, earthbound sun. The physical mechanics are brutally straightforward. As the liquid inside the massive steel tank is heated by surrounding fires or explosions, it rapidly expands, exerting immense internal force against the already weakened steel container. When the vessel inevitably ruptures under the strain, the pressurized, superheated liquid instantly flashes into a vapor, expanding its physical volume by hundreds of times in a fraction of a single second. This rapid oxidation and catastrophic, violent expansion blow the heavy container apart, creating a devastating supersonic blast wave and a blinding, atmospheric fireball of staggering proportions. The explosive potential of the combined crude reserves on Kharg Island is nearly beyond human comprehension. The kinetic energy equivalent of a single million-barrel tank undergoing rapid, uncontained combustion rivals the destructive yield of strategic nuclear weapons. A localized explosion involving 18 million barrels of crude oil would behave remarkably like a surface-level thermonuclear detonation, absent the lingering radioactive fallout. The instantaneous release of thermal energy would superheat the surrounding air, generating a massive pressure wave that would flatten the coral rock and entirely annihilate the remaining industrial infrastructure. The ensuing, uncontrollable firestorm would rapidly consume the available oxygen, melting structural steel and turning the pristine Persian Gulf waters into a boiling, toxic cauldron of soot and burning slick. It was precisely this terrifying physical reality that stayed the hand of the United States on the morning of March 14, 2026. When American bombers obliterated the military assets, airport facilities, and missile storage bunkers on Kharg Island, they surgically, deliberately avoided the crude oil infrastructure. President Donald Trump publicly stated that he had chosen not to wipe out the oil facilities for reasons of decency, actively acknowledging the catastrophic global, economic, and environmental fallout such an apocalyptic act would precipitate. However, he immediately anchored this rare strategic restraint to a severe geopolitical threat, warning that the decision would be reconsidered if Iran interfered with the free passage of international shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Kharg Island was thus transformed into the ultimate combustible hostage. The Allied forces used the exact GPS coordinates of tanks 25 and 27 not as targeting data for immediate destruction, but as unparalleled psychological leverage. By stripping away the maritime perimeter and completely shredding the electronic canopy, they isolated the 18 million barrels of crude oil under a clear, entirely undefended sky. The island stood at the absolute intersection of extreme vulnerability and extreme volatility. It was a single point of failure for the entire Iranian economy, held at the absolute mercy of foreign kinetic power, demonstrating vividly how macrohistory is ultimately dictated by the fragile containers we build to hold the Earth's most dangerous elements. The global ripple effects Macro-historical interconnectedness. The isolation and targeting of Kharg Island did not occur in a vacuum. It sent immediate, violent shockwaves through the interconnected architecture of the global economy. Macrohistorical events are rarely confined to their geographic origins. Just as the fall of Constantinople in 1453 disrupted the ancient Silk Roads and forced Europe to seek new oceanic routes to Asia, the siege of Kharg Island instantly rewired the modern energy apparatus. By threatening the primary node of Iranian oil exportation, the Allied forces essentially placed a tourniquet on the lifeblood of several massive Asian economies, most notably the People's Republic of China. China had long stood as the leading importer of Iranian crude, relying heavily on the steady flow of tankers navigating the deep waters away from Kharg Island's terminals. The disruption of this flow, coupled with Iran's retaliatory threats to entirely close the Strait of Hormuz, caused severe panic across international markets. The physics of the crosshairs directly translated into the mathematics of global finance. Oil prices, already hovering above $100 a barrel, threatened to double to $200 a barrel if the waterway was effectively closed by mining operations or retaliatory strikes. The mere threat of a kinetic strike igniting the combustible hostage on Kharg was enough to fracture Gulf economies and send crude prices swinging wildly amid the fog of war. The resulting economic contagion was immediate and earthbound. The surge in oil prices upended global travel logistics, forcing international airlines to drastically hike ticket prices and abandon routes through Iranian airspace. The maritime shipping industry faced skyrocketing insurance premiums and new shipping surcharges at ports across the Middle East, sparking deep fears of a cascading humanitarian crisis in heavily import-dependent nations like Yemen. Corporate giants were forced to react to the military realities. Major entities like Shell declared force majeure on liquefied natural gas contracts originating from Qatar, acknowledging that the military actions surrounding Kharg Island constituted an unavoidable act of war that voided contractual obligations. To combat the soaring energy prices and stabilize the frightened markets, the International Energy Agency was forced into a historic intervention. They announced the release of an unprecedented 400 million barrels of oil from global strategic reserves. This massive logistical maneuver was a direct response to the vulnerability of Kharg Island. It demonstrated how the threat of kinetic energy applied to a single 22-square-kilometer coral rock could force the collective governments of the world to crack open their emergency stockpiles. The world was watching the physical reality of Kharg Island dictate the daily lives of billions of people who had never even heard its name. The Allied strategy of surrounding and isolating the island, rather than instantly destroying it, was a masterclass in kinetic energy economics. By sinking the Mauj-class frigates and destroying the Bavar 373 radar domes, the United States and Israel proved they possessed the absolute capability to ignite the island at any chosen moment. They held the economic fate of Iran and the energy security of China in the palm of their hand. The hostage dynamic was not merely about leveraging the Iranian regime. It was about demonstrating total hegemonic control over the physical mechanisms of global energy distribution. The convergence of power and geography. The events of March 2026 on Kharg Island represent a profound macrohistorical pivot point. The modern application of kinetic energy and unparalleled aerospace dominance compressed the geopolitical leverage of an entire sovereign state into a single, utterly indefensible point. Kharg Island is a perfect microcosm of the modern human condition, highly industrialized, deeply interconnected, incredibly lucrative, and utterly, terrifyingly fragile. The rapid destruction of the Iranian navy in the Gulf of Oman proved definitively that geographic isolation remains a lethal, viable weapon in the 21st century. The ocean, once the primary pathway for Iran to export its lifeblood to hungry Asian markets, became the very instrument of its siege. Without heavily armed surface vessels to project power and secure the shipping lanes, the water became a physical barrier to survival, a dataset of depth and distance that locked the island away from salvation. The sudden neutralization of the Jamarang class corvettes underscored an ancient historical truth. A maritime nation that cannot control the waters immediately adjacent to its economic heart cannot sustain an empire. Simultaneously, the total failure of the Iranian integrated air defense system demonstrated the inherent limits of synthetic geography. The Bavar 373 and the Tor M1, despite their highly sophisticated phased-array radars and rapid reaction interceptors, were exposed as inadequate illusions when confronted with overwhelming kinetic mass and electronic warfare. The electronic dome dissolved into static, proving that invisible radio waves cannot permanently shield organic geography from superior industrial and technological might. The sky above Kharg Island, much like the ocean surrounding it, was violently reclaimed by the attacking forces as an unobstructed avenue for the delivery of absolute violence. Ultimately, the true lesson of Kharg Island lies in the terrifying physics of its own cargo. The millions of barrels of highly volatile hydrocarbons stored under pressure in tanks 25 and 27 dictate that economic assets are simultaneously existential threats. The looming, persistent threat of a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion held the entire region in a state of suspended terror, serving as a stark reminder that modern civilization is built directly atop immense, fragile reserves of combustible energy. In the high-resolution crosshairs of advanced military power, Kharg Island ceased to be merely a transit terminal for crude oil. It became a global powder keg, a combustible hostage whose continued existence depended not on its own advanced missile defenses, but entirely on the calculated restraint of its enemies. The ancient coral rock, surrounded by deep water and stripped of its electronic shield, stands as a brutal testament to the earthbound datasets that continue to shape human history. As the geopolitical tectonic plates shifted in the spring of 2026, the world learned that power is ultimately defined by the ability to surround, to sever, and when necessary, to ignite the single point of failure. Chapter 10. The Kinetic Cage, the March 2026 Climax. The Kinetic Scalpel, the Anatomy of a Night Strike. The conventional explanations for the survival of the Iranian economic engine during the early days of the March 2026 conflict are fundamentally false. It is widely, and incorrectly, assumed that a resilient web of shadow fleets and subterranean financial networks shielded Tehran from immediate collapse. The truth is far more earthbound and infinitely more terrifying. The survival of the Iranian state did not rest on financial ingenuity, but on the calculated restraint of American firepower hovering in the skies above a single 22-square-kilometer rock in the Persian Gulf. This rock, Kharg Island, was the undisputed physical center of gravity for the entire region. On the night of March 13, 2026, the sky above this limestone outcrop tore open, revealing the absolute, unyielding physical reality of modern warfare. The assault was orchestrated by CENTCOM, the United States military command covering the Middle East, which had spent weeks assembling the largest regional concentration of military firepower in a generation. Yet, the objective on this specific night was not total annihilation, which would have been easily achievable given the assets deployed in the theater. Instead, the mission required a deliberate and systemic dismemberment of a highly specific target set. The operation relied exclusively on the deployment of the Precision Strike Missile, or PRSM, a weapon that represents a paradigm shift in destructive methodology. The PRSM is a precision-guided munition, essentially a smart bomb designed to hit a specific building or radar dish with absolute accuracy from hundreds of kilometers away. Fired from M142 high-mobility artillery rocket systems, mobile ground launchers positioned deep in the Allied desert, the missiles arced into the upper atmosphere before plunging toward the Persian Gulf. The physical reality of the strike was dictated by pure momentum rather than volatile chemistry, bypassing the traditional reliance on massive, uncontrolled explosions. These advanced effectors do not rely on chemical high explosives to achieve their terminal effects. Instead, they utilize kinetic energy, operating on a hit-to-kill principle. They deliver a hypervelocity physical impact akin to a localized meteorite strike, where the sheer mass and velocity of the incoming tungsten and steel simply obliterate whatever they touch. The targets on Kharg Island were carefully selected to systematically strip away the island's defensive armor without igniting the highly combustible landscape that surrounded it. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps had heavily fortified the island with a hybrid layering of advanced surface-to-air missile systems, creating what they believed was an impenetrable dome. Satellite imagery from the preceding weeks had confirmed the reanimation of S-300 PMU-2 launchers and the deployment of indigenous Bavar 373 Roman II systems. These installations were networked through sophisticated fire control radar domes and supported by Cobra V-8 electronic warfare systems, which possessed a 250-kilometer jamming radius. In a matter of minutes, this impenetrable shield was completely and violently dismantled from above. The hypersonic kinetic effectors rained down, instantly pulverizing the delicate radar domes and heavily armored launcher chassis into burning husks of twisted metal. The physical effects of such a kinetic strike are absolute and localized. The high-speed collision transfers immense energy directly into the target, shattering the sophisticated electronics without generating a massive, uncontrolled blast wave. This extreme precision was not merely a tactical preference, but an absolute strategic necessity dictated by the environment. The American strategy functioned as a terrifying kinetic scalpel, slicing through the air defense network with unprecedented exactitude. It deliberately and methodically surgically removed the military threat, permanently neutralizing the integrated air defense systems in a single night of violence. At the same time, this scalpel miraculously spared the civilian and industrial infrastructure located immediately adjacent to the blast zones. The conventional military narrative that advanced, land-based air defense systems can indefinitely protect stationary economic assets was proven entirely false in the span of an hour. The Iranian air defense network across the sector was degraded by 86%, leaving the island completely naked and highly vulnerable to the open sky. Yet, amid the burning husks of the obliterated missile batteries, the island's true value remained entirely untouched and fully operational. Massive, rust-tinged steel tanks holding millions of barrels of crude oil sat just meters away from the destruction, completely undamaged by the hypervelocity impacts. The United States had established absolute air superiority over the Persian Gulf, turning the island into an exposed, pulsating nerve. The defensive armor was gone, but the carbon megastructure survived, left completely intact by a deliberate presidential order designed to avoid an apocalyptic disruption of global energy supplies. This was not a gesture of mercy, nor was it a sign of Allied hesitation. It was the establishment of a terrifying architectural cage, locking the Iranian economy into a state of perpetual, immediate vulnerability. The island was no longer a fortified military bastion. It was a highly combustible hostage. Every action taken by the Allied forces following the March 13 strikes was explicitly designed to leverage this newly created exposure. The objective was to ensure that Tehran understood the razor-thin margin between their continued economic survival and total, irreversible obliteration. The kinetic scalpel had done its job flawlessly, cutting away the hardened military shield. It left the combustible heart of the Iranian Empire beating openly in the dark, entirely dependent on the continued restraint of the American forces loitering above. The combustible hostage, the architecture of leverage. To truly understand the razor-thin tactical calculus unfolding in the Persian Gulf in the spring of 2026, one must grapple with the sheer, terrifying physical reality of Kharg Island's surface. The island is not merely a transit point or a minor logistical node. It is the absolute bottleneck of the Iranian economy, processing up to 90% of the nation's total crude oil exports. Spread across the eastern and southern edges of the limestone rock are massive, interconnected tank farms that represent the lifeblood of the regime. These facilities possess a theoretical storage capacity of roughly 34 million barrels, turning a small natural outcrop into a colossal industrial repository. Operational estimates in the second week of March 2026 place the actual volume of crude sitting on the island at approximately 18 million barrels. These 18 million barrels of unignited crude oil rest in sprawling, rusty steel tanks, completely exposed to the blistering Gulf sun and the newly uncontested American airspace above. To stand on the island is to be physically overwhelmed by the thick scent of hydrocarbons and the immense, imposing scale of the industrial infrastructure. Tanks numbered 25 and 26 alone, newly rehabilitated just a year prior, hold a combined 2 million barrels, representing a massive concentration of combustible material. This oil flows continuously from the mainland via a complex network of subsea pipelines, originating from the Abuzar, Foruzan, and Dorud offshore fields. The pipelines terminate at the colossal T-jetty, designed for Suezmax vessels, and the deepwater sea island berths, capable of servicing ultra-large crude carriers. This vast ocean of trapped, unignited oil now functions as the ultimate geopolitical tripwire, tightly strung across the most vital waterway on the planet. The United States is actively utilizing geopolitical leverage, which is the act of using a physical threat, in this case, the destruction of infrastructure, to force a political outcome. The explicit leverage broadcast from Washington is as simple in its logic as it is devastating in its potential application. If Tehran attempts to aggressively blockade the Strait of Hormuz and choke off the 20% of global oil supply that transits the waterway, the United States will obliterate the Kharg Island tank farms. The resulting inferno would not merely wipe out the Iranian economy overnight. It would trigger an unprecedented macroeconomic shockwave that would reverberate across every continent. Energy market analysts and global brokerages spent the days following the March 13 strikes frantically recalculating the future baseline of human commerce. The conventional assumption that the global market could smoothly absorb the sudden, violent loss of Iranian supply is entirely false. If the kinetic scalpel were swapped for a blunt instrument of total destruction, the economic consequences would be immediate, severe, and globally destabilizing. The loss of the Kharg Island terminal would instantly spike global oil prices to $150 a barrel, a threshold that historically triggers severe demand destruction and widespread recessionary pressures. This figure is not a theoretical abstraction debated by economists. It is an earthbound metric that directly dictates the cost of food transport in Brazil, the stability of national currencies in Southeast Asia, and the heating of homes across the Northern Hemisphere. The global economic architecture is so tightly wound, and supply chains so finely balanced, that a fire on a 22-square-kilometer rock in the Middle East dictates the inflation rates in London and Tokyo. The explicit differences between the current state of calculated Allied restraint and a scenario of total terminal destruction are starkly mapped out by military and economic planners. The preservation of Kharg Island ensures the continued flow of roughly 1.5 million barrels of Iranian crude per day, stabilizing Asian markets, particularly China, which relies on this route for nearly 12% of its seaborne imports. The total destruction of the Kharg Island terminal would instantaneously remove this massive supply block, triggering immediate panic buying, straining alternative Gulf export hubs, and pushing Brent crude futures to the catastrophic $150 a barrel threshold. The continued preservation of the infrastructure allows the United States to maintain a highly functional hostage, actively forcing Tehran to allocate its rapidly dwindling financial resources to domestic stability rather than funding asymmetric proxy warfare across the Strait of Hormuz. The destruction of the island would immediately remove any remaining incentive for Iranian military restraint, highly likely resulting in the desperate deployment of an estimated 2,000 to 6,000 naval mines directly into the shipping lanes of the Persian Gulf. To strictly enforce this delicate, highly volatile balance, the United States mobilized a staggering array of naval power to loiter just over the horizon. The undisputed centerpiece of this rapid mobilization is the USS Tripoli, acting as the maritime enforcer of the Kinetic cage. The Tripoli is an amphibious assault ship, functioning as a massive, heavily armed floating base designed specifically to project Marines and rotary-wing aircraft onto foreign shores. Unlike its traditional predecessors, the Tripoli was constructed entirely without a well deck, trading surface landing craft capabilities for an enormously expanded flight deck tailored for aviation dominance. Aboard this 844-foot vessel is the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, a highly versatile, self-sustained shock force. This unit does not merely survive in hostile waters, it projects overwhelming, immediate force across multiple domains. The aviation combat element stationed on the Tripoli is formidable, featuring F-35B Lightning II stealth fighters from the Green Knights Squadron, MV-22B Osprey tiltrotors, and heavily armed AH-1Z Viper attack helicopters. This armada waits silently in the warm waters of the Middle East, a tangible, steel manifestation of the geopolitical leverage currently holding the global economy intact. The Marines mobilize daily, conducting intense readiness drills on the flight deck while scanning the hazy horizon toward the Iranian coast. They are the physical guarantors of the standoff, the human element backing up the threat of the kinetic strike. The unignited oil sits quietly in its rusty steel prisons, the shattered radar domes smolder in the limestone dust, and the F-35B fighters idle aggressively on the deck of the Tripoli. The island is completely trapped, held hostage by the very technological and economic systems it helps power, waiting for a political resolution or a spark. The edge of the abyss, macrohistorical synthesis. To comprehend the full, terrifying gravity of the March 2026 standoff, one must step back and view Kharg Island not merely as a modern industrial node, but as a deep, geological pivot point of human history. One must mentally spin the globe, stop at the Persian Gulf, and look closely beneath the modern steel, the spilled oil, and the shattered radar dishes. Beneath the porous coral limestone that forms the physical bedrock of Kharg Island lies a critical hydrogeological phenomenon known as the Geiben-Herzberg lens. This specific geological feature is a fresh water aquifer floating directly on top of dense saltwater, created naturally as rainwater percolates through the island rock and rests above the heavier sea water pushing in from the Gulf. This hidden, subterranean reservoir of pure water is the singular, earthbound reason human beings ever set foot on this isolated rock. Long before the discovery of subterranean hydrocarbons, this fragile freshwater lens turned the island into a vital, life-sustaining oasis in a notoriously unforgiving and highly saline maritime environment. The island did not merely survive the passing centuries, it pivoted with them, continually adapting to the logistical needs of whatever maritime empire controlled the surrounding sea lanes. The conventional historical narrative, which suggests that deep-sea trade in the Persian Gulf during the early first millennium before the Common Era was minimal and technologically primitive, is entirely false. Recent and exhaustive archaeological efforts, notably the European-funded Trad Alam project, have definitively proven that the Neo-Elamite kingdom utilized advanced regional diplomacy and highly sophisticated maritime routes. They systematically imported grain and essential goods from Babylonia, navigating the Gulf with a mastery previously unrecognized by modern historians. Kharg Island, with its incredibly reliable freshwater springs and its strategic location perfectly aligned with seasonal monsoon wind routes, was a critical safe harbor for these ancient Elamite sailors. The island was a bustling hub of regional interconnectivity thousands of years before the first commercial oil well was ever drilled into the Iranian plateau. As the centuries relentlessly progressed, the diverse merchants who anchored in the deep waters of Kharg left profound, permanent physical marks on the living limestone rock. Today, resting quietly in the long shadow of the massive, modern oil storage tanks, one can find the ancient Pomeran rock tombs. These elaborate funerary structures, most notably the southern and eastern tombs, are carved directly and painstakingly into the island's geological foundation. The southern tomb is an architectural marvel, reaching 13 meters deep into the earth and featuring a grand, double-arched facade that leads deep into a complex of burial loculi. Inside the deepest chamber, an intricate, remarkably preserved bas-relief depicts a reclining male figure resting on a traditional couch, holding a drinking cup in his left hand in a classic funerary banquet scene. While traditionally attributed by early archaeologists to wandering Pomeran merchants, recent scholarship strongly links these magnificent tombs to wealthy traders from Spasinu Charax, an ancient and powerful emporium located at the head of the Gulf. These silent stone sentinels stand in stark, poetic contrast to the actively burning husks of the obliterated Bavar 373 Roman II missile batteries located just a few miles away. The ancient merchants sought eternal rest on the island, clearly recognizing it as the absolute physical center of their commercial universe, much in the same way modern superpowers recognize it today. The island's long, bloody history of foreign occupation and leveraged maritime control continued violently into the 18th century with the sudden arrival of the Dutch. In the winter of 1753, Baron von Nifausen, representing the formidable Dutch East India Company, recognized the absolute strategic necessity of controlling the Gulf's lucrative shipping lanes. Arriving with 3 heavily armed ships, the Fortuin, the Getrawigheid, and the Batavir, he systematically secured perpetual ownership of the island from Mir N, a letter 1E63, IRW a Macron letter 2BEI, a local Arab ruler, for a mere 2,000 rupees. He immediately ordered the construction of Fort Mosselstein on the northeastern corner of the rock, fundamentally altering the island's architecture. This military installation was a classic European colonial spice fortress, heavily garrisoned by disciplined German Catholic mercenaries and frequently visited by industrious Armenian traders and devout Carmelite priests. The Dutch effectively used the fortified island to command the regional pearl trade and exert immense economic leverage over the Persian mainland, operating much like the USS Tripoli does in the modern era. The crumbling ruins of Fort Mosselstein still exist on the island today, serving as a stark, stone testament to the highly fleeting nature of imperial control. The Dutch forces were eventually and violently expelled in 1766 by Mir Muhanna, a ruthless local warlord who vehemently refused to be permanently subjugated by a foreign maritime power. The drastic transition from a fading colonial outpost to the undisputed carbon engine of the modern world began in earnest in the late 1950s. The island, which had briefly and tragically served as a grim penal colony for political exiles, was geologically surveyed and selected for its uniquely deep coastal waters. These natural deep-water trenches were perfectly suited for the massive, deep-draft supertankers required by the rapidly booming global oil economy. The first deep-water export berths were officially commissioned in August 1960, and within a single decade, the island had entirely eclipsed all other regional ports, including Abadan. This physical and economic evolution is staggering in its scope and speed. The very same limestone shores that once welcomed the wooden hulls of Elamite trading vessels now routinely receive ultra-large crude carriers bound for the heavily industrialized ports of China. The fragile freshwater aquifer that quenched the desperate thirst of ancient sailors now sits completely trapped beneath miles of heavy steel pipelines and millions of barrels of toxic, highly valuable crude oil. The island is a deeply compressed, layered cake of human ambition, with an ancient Achaemenid cuneiform inscription resting just a short distance from Sassanid fire temples and state-of-the-art hydrocarbon pumping stations. The violent climax of March 2026 brings this sweeping macro-historical journey into sharp, incredibly terrifying focus. The United States military, utilizing the most advanced kinetic weaponry ever conceived by human engineers, reached across the globe to violently strip the island of its defenses in a matter of minutes. Yet they found themselves completely paralyzed by the economic reality. They could not destroy the island itself without simultaneously destroying the delicate economic balance of the entire industrialized world. The hyper-advanced F-35B stealth fighters loitering high over the Gulf, the precision-guided missiles falling from the stratosphere, and the sprawling global intelligence networks tracking every single drop of oil all fundamentally rely on the physical integrity of this ancient coral rock. It is a profound and deeply unsettling realization for military planners and historians alike. Despite millennia of relentless technological advancement, from the initial invention of the canvas sail to the splitting of the atom and the creation of hypersonic kinetic weaponry, human destiny remains stubbornly and inextricably tethered to the Earth. The vast global economy, the fragile stability of modern nations, and the immediate, bloody future of the Middle East do not float safely in the digital cloud or exist merely in abstract diplomatic treaties. They physically and perilously pivot on this single, 22-square-kilometer rock anchored in the warm waters of the Persian Gulf. Kharg Island is the ultimate kinetic cage, a prison built of steel, oil, and mutually assured economic destruction. It is a combustible hostage held tightly by a modern empire of the sea, perfectly echoing the ambitious legacy of the Dutch merchants and the Elamite sailors who came before them. The sophisticated radar domes are completely obliterated, the massive reserves of oil remain unignited, and the United States Marines watch silently from the hazy horizon. History does not end with the introduction of smart bombs or stealth fighters. It merely layers itself, century after century, upon the ancient limestone and the fragile coral, endlessly waiting for the next spark to ignite the world.